everyone. Hello. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I'm Mildred Coyne, Chair of the Commission. Today is September 29th, 2023. Ms. Hood, could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Coyne.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Whitaker. Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
And Commissioner Marty.
Present. Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone that if you have not already done so, please put your phones on silent. Thanks. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Trey Williams.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for joining us this morning. The Commission begins its meeting with the introduction of those in attendance. Jason, would you please proceed with the introductions of our visitors?
Dr. David Kingsley, World Trichology Academy.
Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Group.
Hi, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group School Consultants.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Ariana Kaskarova, Creative Hub Academy.
Bruce Plaw, the Center for Technology Training in Tampa.
Kelly King, Paul Mitchell of the School of Fort Myers. Jacqueline Lockhart, Your Beauty at True Barber Academy.
Maria Espinoza, the Spa Barber Academy.
Good morning, Disney Rivera, the Spa Barber Academy.
Greg Doctor, Merrifield Academy in Oakland Park, Florida.
Martin Naharo, Merrifield Academy, Nova Metal Marketing.
Good morning, Angelo Katsmanis, Florida Tattoo Academy.
Adam Ross, South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning.
Kenson Edward Health Institute and Training Center.
Dr. Monique Jacques, Edward Health Institute and Training Center.
Juan Serrano, One Stop Institute.
Ilia Rivera, One Stop Institute Director.
Good morning, Julio Reyes, Professional Career School, Miami.
Good morning, I'm Kristen Schuckman, Executive Director of Heritage School of Midwifery and Natural Health Sciences.
Good morning, Doris Combs, Robert Fiance Beauty Schools.
Good morning, Alejandra Vélez, Allen South Lake University.
Good morning, Domingo Alvarez with Alvarez Mendoza Labauny, Certified Public Accountants.
Dr. Andrew Rudnick, the Dental Assisting and Team Institute.
Rick Bundy and Carolyn Murchison from Woodruff Medical and Wellness Training.
Jessica Pamplona with Art of Hair Academy and Studio.
Jane Haas from Sea Experience Diving Schools in Fort Lauderdale.
Serpi Farron from True Health Academy.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Hajar and I'm the Executive Director at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Mark Murray. I'm an attorney in Tallahassee representing several schools today.
Good morning, Suyuani Tapia from Elite Education Training Center, Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Bianca Gonzalez, Executive Director of Elite Education in Miami Lakes, Florida.
Good morning, Patricia Hernandez, Elite Education Training Center.
Billy Clark with Pensacola School of Massage Therapy and Health Careers.
Lisa Weiser, Pensacola School of Massage Therapy and Health Careers.
Good morning, Kevin Burns, Chic Image Academy, Tampa.
Good morning, Liz Galdames, Shikamash Academy, Tampa.
Good morning, David Andrus with SAE Institute in North Miami Beach.
Kevin Franklin, Treasure Coast Medical Institute.
Dr. Morrison Williams, Library Information Resource Network.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Anderson from LEARN, Library and Information Resources Network.
Faye Evans, Affordable Training, Jacksonville.
Good morning, Lynn Fisher, Applied Technology Academy.
Good morning, Maureen Farrar, Applied Technology Academy.
Good morning, Ancelot Similian, Naples Nursing Academy.
Good morning, Mino Jean Lewis, Naples Nursing Academy, Naples, Florida.
Good morning, Cindy Johnson with Elevate Salon Institute in Miami Beach and the Salon Professional Academy in Melbourne.
Good morning, Alex Potter, Northwest Lyman Center, Edgewater.
Valerie Brunel, Northwest Lyman Center, Edgewater, Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Jaylin Plasencia from Centurion Institute.
Good morning, Melissa Mendez Plasencia from Centurion Institute.
Good morning, Joni Gerald, Summit Salon Academy, Gainesville.
Good morning, Isabel Carroll with Hollywood Career Institute.
Good morning, Udemy Valdez with Hollywood Career Institute.
Stephen Lazare with the Aveda Institutes of Florida.
Kiana Yerwood with the Community Kitchen Training Academy.
Good morning. My name is Eric with Rubens 5-Star Academy in Lake Wales, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Kathy Vu, LaSalle Tech.
Good morning, Romley Birch, Summit Salon Academy, Tampa.
Good morning, Stephanie Bojola, the Skin Power Academy.
Angel Medina from MedCap Educational Advisors representing the Skin Power Academy in Orlando.
Good morning, Ana Montero, the Skin Power Academy.
Good morning, Ziad Mali from Dental Assisting Institute in Orlando.
Good morning, Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santora, and Giorgetti Educational Consultants, here today with Merrifield Academy and Eagle Nursing.
Good morning, my name is Bob Harris. I'm an attorney with the Messer Capital Law Firm in Tallahassee, representing Summit Salon Gainesville and Summit Salon Tampa.
Good morning, Maria Caramazanas, independent Spanish-English interpreter and translator.
Good morning, Mariana Castellanos for Smart Business Beauty School.
Good morning, I'm Lottie Cuthbertson, Genuine Healthcare Institute, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Kim Hickman, Genuine Healthcare Institute, St. Pete, Florida.
Thank you all for being here this morning, and thank you, Mr. Bowman. First on the agenda then is the institution's order to appear back before the commission. The first institution is KCK Beauty and Barber Academy, Jacksonville, number 5309. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Doesn't appear that there's anyone here from that school. Director Hurst, do we have anything to report or update?
No, ma'am. The staff recommendation is to accept the financial progress report.
Commissioners, any discussion? Is there any comment from the public on this matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendations.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. All right, so I'm used to touching my screen and I can't. Sorry, you didn't realize this from yesterday. I have a new laptop, so I'm getting a little used to it. The next section is the application for provisional license. We have 6 schools. We will take those individually, plus 2 additional. And we will take those individually. Okay, here we go. The first institution is Dental Assisting Institute, Orlando, number 12662. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Ziad Mali, and I'm the owner of the institute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? Discussion? I guess I'll start. So do you want to tell us a little bit about what will differentiate you in the marketplace from other dental assisting institutes?
Location. Most of the institutes are closer to downtown. We're in the southwest area of the county. Secondly, the curriculum's streamlined into 13 weeks, not including the externship. And lastly, I think it's located inside of a dental practice instead of in a school. It gets more clinical, hands-on experience in a real-world setting. That's the main things.
So what's your marketing plan on your target audience for students?
Besides the website, we have a social media campaign we're planning to launch, which will target young professionals, young students, recently graduated from high school or not, but mostly anybody that's looking to get into an entry level into the health career. Dental assisting is one of the top fields that are looking for somebody that's interested in that. So yeah, it's mostly social media and website kind of things.
Okay.
Are you already in possession of all the equipment you require to perform this because it's within an existing practice? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, the only other thing would be like mannequins to kind of practice on, and that's there was a few other things, but mostly everything is already included.
Is this a subsidiary of the practice you're working within, or is it just occupying the space, or?
We're just renting, yeah, we're renting the space. So it's 2 different companies.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. All right.
Any other discussions?
Yeah, I have one more, Chair.
Sure.
I know there's lab and externship. The lab is done there. Is externship elsewhere, or is it also in that office because of the way it's set up with it?
It's recommended elsewhere because they're already going to get so much experience in that office. We want them to see other offices and not just rely on that experience. They will have the opportunity to spend maybe 10 of the hours there, but most of them we want with other offices that we have good relationships with, like specialists, endodontists. There's even a surgeon in the same building, so we try to set up so they can get different experiences so they know which way they want to, which way they want to go as far as dental assisting for their career.
So I know it's a separate business. Are you the owner of the dental practice?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is kind of like your farm to grow dental assistants?
There's been a shortage.
Okay. No further questions.
This is a 13-week program, and the tuition is $5,100. What is the beginning salary of the people that complete this program?
Oh, yeah, it's been like in the low side, $18 an hour to, we've seen like $24, $25, $26 an hour, depending on experience. But just completing like a new student, usually $18 an hour.
How many students are you starting with? I'm sorry, I could find it, I'm sure, but I just figured I'd ask you. How many students are you going to start with?
We're targeting 10. We're hoping for 10, but it's probably going to be 8.
Any other questions? Discussion? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for the provisional license.
So moved.
Seconded.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. The second school is Florida Massage and Beauty Institute, Lutz, number 12772. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from that institution, please join us and introduce yourself. Doesn't appear that anyone is here from that institution. Commissioners, is there a discussion? Or Director Hurst, do you have anything that you'd add to, other than what's in the recommendations?
There's nothing additional besides what's in the contingencies.
And I know that, I had a question regarding how the institution plans to share the faculty between the Lutz and the Tampa campuses, because they aren't very close. I don't know the area well, and I know it's what we said, it's about 20 miles. I don't know the actual, is that a bad traffic area? I don't know, does 20 miles mean an hour? I just don't know that area well enough to know that. You're saying no? It's
Probably 30.
You agree?
I've lived there. It's about 30.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts, questions? I'll take a motion then. Oh, is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes. Our third school is Smart Business Solutions Beauty School, Hialeah, number 11412. We have staff recommendations before us. If you are here from that institution, please join us. Thank you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. Okay. Good morning. My name is Mariana Castellanos. I own it for Smart Business Solution Beauty School. I have my assistant full translator to be clear to respond any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're glad you're back. We're glad you're here with us today. Is there any board discussion, commission discussion? Sorry.
Yes, Chair.
Please.
If I could start, just it looks like the tuition factor that was used is incorrect, and so I would ask that we, as a contingency, ask for a revised 606 form. The revenue shows about $1 million, and based on all your students, it'd probably be about 200,000, 250,000. It's not showing graduates. It's not showing drops. I mean, we also don't have. There's no money budgeted for supplies or marketing. So once again, all that is. We just need an updated 606 form.
Can I also point out, and tell me if I'm reading this wrong, it appears that there's an anticipated enrollment amount. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize they were talking.
Did she answer the question?
Did she have any response to that? Sorry, Trey.
No, I didn't realize they were chatting, sorry.
I've already sent in all of what has been requested of me, all of the changes. I had sent that in.
So this will,
the full specialist will have both the nail technology and skincare. That's okay.
so it will be a revised document. So we have the documents that you've previously sent. So it'll be a revised document so they answer the questions from the commissioner.
Okay. Okay.
I was going to inquire about the student recruitment budget. It seems low to hit the metrics that you're hoping to hit.
Yes, because of the money.
Okay.
Do you want to speak into the mic? If you would, please speak into the microphone.
I didn't see that to be that important, given, adelante, diga.
No, muy importante en la inversión en dinero, because hemos invertido más en lo que es el capital humano.
As far as what we have to invest monetarily because of the human capital involved, number of people.
Venimos trabajando bastante tiempo con los estudiantes y con las personas que están en la industria de la belleza.
We have been working for a long time with students in this industry and also the people that are already part of the industry, that participate in our industry.
Okay. And does the occupancy costs you have for this facility, is it, to your point, being shared with other businesses, other?
Los costos que has puesto para lo que van a ocupar tu negocio, tu parte, es compartido con otros negocios del lugar? No.
So this is, the occupancy costs we're seeing there are of this business alone?
Entonces, los costos que has puesto, los has alistado o notado.
Trader, have we done an
para el lugar
on-site for this?
ustedes tan solo.
Los costos es porque ya son los costos basados en la realidad de un negocio que ya viene en tránsito.
The costs have been listed that way for that particular part of it because it's been an ongoing business, so I'm basing it on that. It's already been in transition or it's already been running to an extent.
So it is being shared
Entonces, si se
with
comparte
another business?
con otros negocios, con otras personas de tu mismo negocio,
El que estamos en el momento.
the people, los que están involucrados en lo tuyo.
Ya, que
The
son las
people-
mismas que van a estar con la escuela.
The people that are already involved in this, which are the other people with the school.
De la misma
colegas
persona,
suyos.
la misma persona, la misma escuela, el mismo negocio que
The
tengo en este
same
momento.
school, the same
What school
business
is
I
she
have
talking
presently.
This is a new license, correct?
Okay.
Are you talking about the sale of beauty supplies as the other business?
En cuanto-
Yes. I have professional lines for products.
But there's no other school.
I'm sorry?
There's no other
No hay otras
school.
escuelas.
No.
No.
It's not a school. And just support to the other school and professional people
Lo que tú
with the
ves.
HAT license. I provide a conference and workshop.
Oh, okay.
You provide supplies to other shops
Otros
Yes.
salones
currently, right?
Yes.
actualmente.
And to confirm, you currently do not have a school that's operating the full specialist diploma, the nail technology diploma, or the skincare diploma?
Para confirmar, no tienes actualmente una escuela ya en operación con diploma para las uñas, para
No,
estilista.
I don't have a school.
Do other schools use your
I-
facility?
I provide support to the other school and professional people to reinforce you in Illinois.
Te pregunta si usted le permite a otras personas usar tu escuela, o usar
No.
tus facilidades, mejor dicho.
My facility.
What do you mean by my facility?
Where she's selling her supplies, is there school labs being conducted in that building?
¿Están haciendo enseñanzas en ese edificio?
Enseñanzas? No, workshops.
Training or workshops?
Training about the my line, the my line protocols,
No,
workshops.
yeah, I didn't mean that, but I was thinking about doing this kind of work, where they're doing labs in her facility.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the echo. Doing labs? Did you say?
Yeah, so she's in the business of the beauty business, right?
Yes.
So are
for a long time.
are other salon owners and students coming to your office to do
Yes.
work,
To work,
And
not to
Train,
practice.
To train.
to practice and
Practice
train?
to reinforce you
Yes.
in Illinois.
So that's currently happening now?
¿Ya lo tienes vigente ahora?
Yes,
So it's not just
since
supplies.
2018.
So it's not. So to clarify, you have individuals that are outside of the school which you are applying that are coming to your facility to train currently.
Para aclarar, tienes individuos que no conforman parte de tu escuela, de tu lugar, que vienen a ti, a tu lugar, facilidad, a hacer entrenamiento.
Para conocer la línea y el uso adecuado del producto.
Only in as far as learning the line and how to properly use the products.
So the line is a product line.
So it's just a product line. Is anyone coming to your facility to train for any kind of nails,
No.
facial, skincare? They are only coming in to train for the line for your beauty supply.
Yes.
Are they learning any
It can
skills?
be, it can be practice because not have license sometimes. So it's just a workshop.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, for those individuals who are coming in to learn this proprietary line, are they paying to learn how to use that product line?
Los que vienen a ti para conocer y tú enseñarles a usar tus productos que son propietarios a ti, ¿usted le paga a ellos para que usen sus productos?
No, it's free.
No, it's free.
It's free.
It's free.
It's
So-
just support.
Right,
Just-
so you're using this as a way to expand your product line.
Lo usas como manera de expandir la línea de productos.
That's not
Por
the
responsabilidad
understanding that I'm getting.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm getting, so let me see if you can answer, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry, for the means solely of making sure the products are used correctly, that they know.
According
how
to the
use.
manufacturer, according to the manufacturer's
De
outcome,
acuerdo con
design.
el manufacturero del
Exacto.
producto.
So she has a beauty supply business that has specific product lines that she's then offering. If you're using if you're using these product lines from this vendor, you can come and get some specialized training on the use of those products or workshops on how to use those products. And now she's seeing that, I'm guessing, as like I'm pretty good at this training, I could do workshops on products. Now I'd like to start training people on nail technology and skincare and expanding the business. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, I'd like to add that the people that come to me are already professionals in the business that have a license. I'm just helping them to learn how to use the product line, to make sure it's used correctly, teach them about the line, not training them to do anything. They're already professionals licensed in the business.
That makes sense.
La línea solo para
Commissioner Marty, do you have another
profesionales.
question?
Muchas
Oh, sorry.
personas, línea para profesionales, muchas personas tienen su licencia pero no saben trabajar en cabina.
And these lines are only for professionals. The product line is only solely for the use of professionals, but they don't know how to work como en cabina.
En spa.
Oh, but they don't know how to work in a spa setting.
Okay.
Tienen su
With the
licencia,
products.
pero no saben trabajar. Y
So they have their
nosotros los
license,
formamos.
but they don't know how to use the product, so that's support for that purpose.
I understand. Thank you. Commissioner Marty, did you have another question?
No, it was basically that. If those people, like they work at the spa and they already got a license for either skin or nail. But then when they buy this particular product, they require, because the product is more dangerous, is that
Exactly.
it wasn't part of what they learned. Why is it that some of these, excuse my ignorance, require extra training if somebody already got a license?
¿Por qué es que algunos de esos productos exigen o deben tener entrenamiento adicional si ya son personas profesionales que están entrenados en el uso de productos parecidos?
Porque no todas las profesionales
The
se enfocan
supplier,
en el
you have to
aprendizaje
have
de
her
cosas
be
diferentes.
licensed.
Because not all professionals have the same focus and knowledge. Their training is it varies. Their knowledge of products is different.
Muchas personas aprenden los paso a paso sin conocer realmente las afecciones en la piel o los
It's so
ingredientes.
fishy.
Many people learn step by step without really knowing the applications for the skin, the face, and how to use these particular products to their best use.
Okay, and it's outside of it's not a training school. It's a proprietary workshop for specific product lines.
What kind of plans do you have to make sure that these people that are going to spend the money to take these courses could find employment? Do you have a plan for placement?
En lugar para asegurarte que las personas a quienes vas a entrenar van a poder encontrar empleo. ¿Tienes algo pensado?
Sí,
Yes.
yo soy administradora de empresas y vengo trabajando siempre en conjunto con muchos spas y ya tengo reconocimiento en la
I'm a business administrator. I have a lot of knowledge and contacts with many spas, and I've already have established myself in the business as far as that, with contacts and such.
Muchos spas nos llaman y me llaman para que les dé entrenamiento hasta las personas que reciben el spa. trabajo.
A lot of spas come to me for training as far as the individual who's going to be using my products at the spa and how to do the work right.
How many students do you?
Madam Chair, you
Yes.
had mentioned something about proprietary workshop. May I ask her that question?
Sure.
Ella te pregunta, comentó que es un taller propietario para tus productos nada más. ¿Es así?
Yo hablo en general porque trato de que el alumno se olvide de la marca y aprenda más sobre la química cosmética.
I speak specifically because I'm looking for the student to not think so much about the brand name, but learn about the product line, what's contained in the specific chemical makeup of the product.
Gotcha. Okay. How many students do you plan to start with in the school, in the new training school?
Yo quiero empezar con un grupo pequeño de 10 personas, que prefiero que sean grupos pequeños que salgan bien formados en business, en actividad.
I'd like to start with a small group of maybe 10 individuals because I'd like to make sure and like really parlay to them business training, how to use the product line, how to work in the professional setting, and how to handle themselves as a career in this business.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion? Is there any public comment on the matter?
I don't understand it.
And due to this discussion, if the commission so desires, we can do an earlier site visit. Normally, our site visits go when you have when you come up for your first annual, then we do the site visits for them at that point. But if the commission so desires, we could add that as a contingency as well.
I just have another question, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Somebody that does 260 hours, they are then qualified to do manicures and pedicures, or is this something different?
Una persona quien entrena por 260 horas va a estar calificado y entrenado y licenciado para hacer manicures y todo tipo de cosas así. I'm sorry, manicures and what else, madam?
Or something different, I don't know, because it says technologies and...
La tecnología.
So 260 hours qualifies somebody to do nails and...
260 horas calificadas.
La diferencia la hace la profesional que va a preparar a los alumnos y el manejo que tenga con los alumnos. Pero si son grupos pequeños, vamos a estar más enfocados en que hagan las prácticas suficientes para realizar el trabajo.
The difference is focused on, my difference will be to focus on working with small groups so that they are fully trained and really technically trained to go out and be, forming what they're, as a career, what they're then going to be putting out. I want to work with a small group to really do in-depth training.
Y la persona que va a dirigir, el profesional que está dirigiendo su equipo.
And as a professional who may then be training, usted es profesional dirigiendo el
Y el
equipo.
grupo que trabaja conmigo, my team.
I would be the professional training a small group, a team, and others that would be working on my team, as part of my team.
But the 260 hours is...
260, is that the regular?
That's the standard framework for
That's what I
the program.
wanted to-
Yeah, that's, okay.
So I do think the option for an earlier site visit might resolve just a lot of our questions and perhaps would be the best way to proceed.
Okay, so we have, did you want to add anything else?
I just told her about the possible site visit.
Okay, okay. So we'll take a motion then to accept staff's recommendations with added contingency of an on-site visit and a revised 606 form.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. The next school is You Are Beauty at True Family Barber Academy, Winter Haven, number 12850. Is that true? Or did I skip one? I skipped one. I'm sorry. The Skin Power Academy, LLC, Orlando, sorry, number 12771. If you, we have staff's recommendations before us. If you're here from the academy, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Stephanie Bojola.
Ana Montero.
Angel Medina, I'll be helping them with translation.
Okay. So, commissioners, any discussion? Can you tell us what's going to make you different in the marketplace to attract students? And how many students you plan to start with?
Y tenemos una propuesta para emplear en el Estado Estefani como pasantes, pagarles tips para que puedan adquirir mucha experiencia.
Yes, they are projecting the first month 6 students, and then they're going to be adding students during the prior months. They own a spa, a big spa here in the Orlando area, and they are planning to give the opportunity to their graduates to work with them. However, they also have a relationship, business relationship with other people's professionals in this field.
Okay. So what type of marketing do you expect you'll need to do?
¿Qué tipo de mercadeo vamos a usar? Yes, they are going to be working with social media, Instagram, Facebook. They're also going to be working with radio, and they're also going to be promoting outsourcing, like to high schools and opportunities that people can come to their school.
Can I inquire, Chair?
Please.
On your year-ending 22 financials, you're showing a line item for tuition income and fees net of refunds for 2022. Can you help us understand where those tuition dollars came from? Am I misunderstanding? I thought this was an application for provisional licensure.
It is.
Okay, ellos están diciendo que nosotros tenemos unos ingresos que provienen
Maybe they meant 23.
Matrículas.
But regardless,
So, ustedes ofrecen
I mean, this is the
taller de educación
approval point for a provisional licensure. Where's tuition coming from?
en su spa.
It's on page 5 of the financials.
Okay, yeah, she is mentioning to me that since they're well-known in the community, they were continuing education workshops. They do microblading, they do acne.
Yeah, your beauty.
Microneedling, I'm sorry, I apologize. Microneedling, they also do workshops only to professionals.
Number 4.
Oh, see.
Letter of financial support, and that's what.
I see what you're saying now. Same question for the next one.
Seminaries.
Is
There's
there-
also the Form 606 looks like it's, it's off, not as far off as maybe I've seen others, but with 30 planned students, it shows revenue of about 60 to 70 students. So I think we need to get a updated, revised Form 606.
Yes, there will be no problem. I can contact their CPA, and their CPA can make these adjust the numbers based on what they are projecting.
Okay. Any other discussion? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation with the added contingency for a revised Form 606.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I will submit it prior to the letter, or should I wait for the letter from the court order?
You can go ahead and submit it. You will still receive the clerked order, but whenever it is ready, you can submit it to your program specialist.
Thank you so much, and have a blessed day all.
You as well. Thank you. The next school is UR Beauty at True Family Barber Academy, Winter Haven, number 12850. We have staff's recommendations, and welcome to the podium. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Jacqueline Lockhart.
Rafael Pavón.
So tell us about your school, what's going to make you different in Winter Haven so that you can be successful.
There's no really school around the area. I'm sorry. So we're basically focusing more like barbering, that an actual barber that does been in the business for a while could teach you. Because most of the schools sometimes they don't teach you how to do the food. Like when I went to school, I didn't have a barber teacher teaching me how to cut hair. I had a cosmetology teacher. So the fact that we're gonna be putting a barber that used to be in the field in the barbershop teaching the barbers, I think it's gonna be a little different than normal schools out right now.
Okay, more barbering specific, okay. And what's your marketing strategy and how many students are you targeting to start with?
Between 8 and 10, and we're looking to target the students that are in high school or coming out of high school.
So the question I had asked earlier was actually for you guys, and apologies for bringing that up to the previous school. We're showing tuition income for last year. Can you help me understand how those dollars are being earned, or how those dollars were earned?
From
2022?
Okay, that was from the first campus tuition, if you're talking about the financial reports.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Yes, that's from the first main campus. This school is not open.
I see. And can you share how, does that satisfy your
Yes,
question?
ma'am.
Can you share how you're going to share faculty between the campuses?
Temporarily, we're going to use one of our barbers to come over, that's a full licensed barber, to come over and help until we're able to advertise. And once we're able to advertise, we are going to hire someone from that area. It's not a bad drive. We used to have another school in Dundee, so it's like right down the road, so it's not a bad drive.
Okay. Any other discussions?
Just want to, your tuition seems like it's pretty aggressive. How is your competitors' tuition rates?
The competitors, they are roughly maybe like 2,000, the difference.
Higher or lower?
Higher.
So 15,000 that you're charging is right around the
Yes,
norm?
sir.
Okay.
What are the ways that students can pay for that?
We are financial aid, our main campus. Once we get approved, I submit the stuff to NACIS, so we can also have that location to be financial aid. The main campus
Loans.
has...
You mean loans?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And I interrupted you, I'm sorry, and you started to say the main campus.
Is with NACIS.
Okay.
I'm also an auditor for NACIS.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for URB Beauty at True Family Barber Academy.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So the next school is Woodruff Medical and Wellness Training at St. Petersburg, number 12840. We have staff's recommendations before you. Please join us and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Rick Bundy, CEO of Genesis Career Group.
Good morning. Carolyn Murchison, Campus Director.
Welcome and thank you for being here. So can you tell us about your school a little bit so that we can get more acquainted with you and your school?
Yeah, sure. So we operate Woodruff Medical and Wellness Training. We also operate Lorraine's Academy in St. Pete. We've been owners of that school since 2017. And we've been offering these programs in other markets for over about 20 years, mainly in Nashville and Atlanta. And St. Pete is an important market for us with our experience here and our experience with these programs. And so we're excited for the opportunity.
And who are your competitors in the St. Pete area?
So Concord, many of them are, the larger competitors are mostly in Tampa. And there are, I believe, just by name and noticing on the agenda that there might be a couple in St. Pete. Our initial market research was...
Pardon me, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, our initial market research was mainly larger competitors like Concord.
Oh, okay, I see.
And in the Tampa market.
Because I'm looking at medical assisting and PCT, and I'm sure that there's other schools, right, that are offering that. So what's your enrollment goals? What are your enrollment goals and your marketing strategy?
So I think if we grow responsibly, we could grow 4 to 5 new students per month in each program. With facility, we would probably want to cap enrollments collectively at about 80 to 85 students. Marketing strategies would be rooted primarily in employer relationships, but also we have some digital campaigns in other markets that are successful that we would plant here as well.
What's your tuition rate? I can dig it up, but I appreciate it if you would just...
So total all in is anywhere from $13,500 to $15,000 to $16,000.
Excuse me, can you repeat?
I'm sorry?
What did you say? What was the
The
tuition?
total cost, everything, supplies, books, fees, tuition, everything is from $13,500 to $15,000, $16,000.
15?
Yes, ma'am. 15, not 50.
Any other discussion?
Just real quick on advertising looks a little bit light in your budget, but are you basing that off of experience on your other schools?
So we've been able to get very granular in the campaigns to where we would not come in with a very wide stroke of the brush, just because of successful campaigns we've had in other markets. Very intentional digital markets, but really much of it is in a new market for us is grassroots and like I said earlier, employer relationships that of course don't have a hard marketing cost attached to it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Of those campuses that you're showing, which was the first? Was it Tucker, Georgia?
It is, yes.
How long has that one, pardon me, how long has that one been?
It has been in operation for almost 30 years.
Yeah.
Oh.
And how recently did you guys add the Lebanon, Tennessee?
So Lebanon was our very first campus.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yes, in 2002.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Woodruff Medical and Wellness Training, St. Petersburg, number 12840.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. The next school is one of the write-ins, Creative Hub Academy, Miami, number 12690. We have staff's recommendations, and welcome to the podium. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ariana Kuskarova, and I'm president of the school.
Tell us about Creative Hub Academy.
So Creative Hub was first founded in 2017. I'm originally from North Macedonia. 2019, we opened in a neighbor country in Kosovo. I moved to United States in February 2022. And obviously, I would first try to expand my own business before applying for a job. Creative Hub is a tech bootcamp school. We've helped over 5,000 students in the past 6 years to change careers in front-end, in data science, digital marketing, graphic design. We have over 11 programs, but first we want to start in the United States with 4, the ones that we believe that are most in demand. And that's in a nutshell.
Interesting. So how many, did you say how many students?
Over the 6 years, over 5,000.
So how many do you plan to start with for these 4 programs?
To be honest, because also the prices are different and the standard is different from Europe to US, we anticipate in year one to have 80 students, 86 actually to be more correct, in all the 4 programs. We are in a seasonal business. People, they want to change career September, October, then it's New Year's, they're planning to celebrate, then we have another batch, February, March, then we have another batch, usually May, June, and then it's the summer holidays, and then the same role, basically.
Interesting. I never thought about enrollment as seasonal.
Because we are a non-formal education, but it is still a program that lasts over 9 months, because our programs, and that's basically one thing that differentiates us from the other academies, the classes are twice a week for 2 hours, because it's people that want to change career. So that people that would enroll are people that already are working, but they want to pursue a career in programming or data science, because obviously they can have better life opportunities, more flexibility, remote work. So we are in a way serving these people that have this interest.
And what are the job opportunities? I mean, I just want to
So a front-end person that would graduate the front-end bootcamp, he can apply for junior front-end developer. He can also apply for junior React developer, because we also have React in the program. A person that would graduate graphic design, he can apply for junior graphic designer. It's really interesting, actually, because the people that enroll in this program, sometimes they enroll also because they want to work as freelancers. Not everybody is looking for a job, because it's additional income. Now you have platforms like Upwork, like freelancer.com. And in our Hire Me program, which is the program that it's after the academy, it's the placement program that we have, apart from supporting people with teaching them how to draft a CV, how to write a cover letter, how to approach a recruiter, is also to learn how to position their profiles on Upwork, on freelancer.com, because it will help them to earn money faster and basically to have the return on their tuition.
So that's really interesting, and it makes me think, so, as we look at outcomes after you're, approved today, hopefully, then we'll be looking at your performance of your students and their outcomes. And so, how do we capture those or does the commission capture those that work for themselves instead of work for others?
So yes, they would still be required to put that. That's still part of your placement.
So placement, so starting their own business?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard you had a commission call on these things, and one of the things for the placement rate, which was supposed to be increased, and also it comes to the beginning that not everybody is looking for a job. Many people are just looking for an additional income. And with the freelancing people, it's very easy. For a graphic designer, you can learn Photoshop, Illustrator, and you can just start doing leaflets. You can charge, you can make logos, you can make brochures, trifolds, anything. Digital marketing is the same thing, because it's a skill. And it's something that often people take the academies the boot camps, just to basically provide additional income for themselves.
Agreed. Makes sense. Go ahead.
May I make one suggestion? Please document their activities in the student's file and their placement. If they are going to become placed or self-owned, that needs to be documented in their file as well.
Thank you.
And freelance is self-owned, like as an independent contractor, they're still getting a 1099, they're still getting payment from someone else, and that would still count.
Yes, correct. They are, even the platforms, Upwork, Freelancer, so it doesn't matter where you are, they're still they're reporting, and it goes as 1099.
Yeah, we count owner-operators as placement because they're working for the company they created. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Agreed.
I just want to comment, kudos on the program design.
Thank you.
They really look excellent. The data science and front-end boot camps especially. Two quick comments. One is just a slight detail. You might want to consider integrating training on LLMs into the data science one, given their increasing business relevance. And I noticed in the front-end one that you have React there, but doesn't distinguish between React Native or React.js, which is different, and I'm not sure what you're able to cover in that time span. But the question I have is, here in the application, you select 100% online and synchronous, and which is great, and it's going to give students an optimal experience. I wonder if you might not be limiting yourself by not including some asynchronous components that can help support, facilitate, and ultimately also improve your scalability in the future.
Yes, so I want to say something. We've looked into that, but at the end, it's a great market out there, but we also have a lot of competition. So I think that pre-recorded videos cannot teach somebody to be a front-end developer. This is why people take courses on Udemy, $20, and then they sign up at programs like ours, because you need the feedback of the person. My parents are university professors. I've been basically in education. My grandparents were as well, our entire life. And what is important is the feedback. It's not that somebody will learn how to code basic HTML or CSS or will learn how to do Facebook ads. You can learn on YouTube for free, let's be honest. But what you need from the lecture is the feedback, somebody to correct you, somebody to tell you, okay, here you can do this better, or what do you think? And that's where somebody's learning, because if you don't learn how to spend money or on Facebook currently, you're not going to know. Just by watching YouTube videos, you will be still lost because there is nobody to guide you on the way. And this is why we've opted out for that. Our plan for the future, I hope, will be to have a physical location. Obviously, right now, would have been a very high overhead cost in Miami, especially in downtown Miami. But in the future, I think that would be the direction where we would like to add a physical location as well. But our business completely is online asynchronous, also in North Macedonia and in Kosovo. Although we do have physical locations, we just realized. And there is another benefit to the online compared to the physical locations, and that's the fact that people get recording after the class. So when somebody is a career changer, let's say you're 40, you're working in a bank, and suddenly you just want to try something new. You need to rewatch those videos. Even if you understand from the class, you still need to rewatch the video maybe 3-4 times, because it's like learning a new language. So when you learn a new language, you write the word 10 times, maybe 15 times to memorize it. It's the same thing. So this is why the online delivery of the programs, I think that is very good, especially for people that want to change career, because they have the opportunity after the class, watch the recording one more time, do the homework, come back to class, ask for feedback on your assignment, and then that's what basically the mentorship part of the online asynchronous is what makes our program successful.
So I just want to clarify. I mean, the interpersonal, the synchronous dimension is an incredibly strong point of this program, and I would never advocate against that. But I think even in your own description of how they could have the video and it could supplement between the synchronous sessions, that's where the asynchronous would come in, yeah. Right? I mean, downloading the video, extra practice attempts, interactive kind of assignments between the synchronous sessions as a supplement.
Probably some hybrid model would be very good.
Blended.
Blended,
yeah.
Yes.
Blended, yeah. It sounds interesting, but my question is, what type of marketing plan do you have? Because in reality, some of these courses like digital marketing and the graphic design are offered by regular public universities, etc., and people get a diploma, a degree at the end, while this one does not. So how will you plan to attract people to come to your program?
Yes, so we actually, because we are 6 years, we have already a team of 14 people. My background is in marketing, and we know all the platforms very well. From Google, we actually did a research on entire United
How are you going to
States.
tell people to that? I mean, because you got to get students. How are you planning to? What's your marketing plan? Who are you targeting?
We are different from the universities because it's twice a week for 2 hours. So we will target, obviously, people that look to change careers. So people that are in our target group are people that are, I would say, 22 until 45. And obviously, we will give them, the offer would be anybody that would like to change a career or start a career in graphic design, this is probably an opportunity for you. Come look at our program and see. Also, we have free courses on all of our boot camps. So people can take 10 hours free course. Just see if this is for you, because not everybody is for programming, not everybody is for data scientists. So we have, this is recorded, anybody can just download at any of our sites. Just download and see if this is something for you. So before you sign up for the school, just take the free course, 10 hours, it's enough, 5 days, and see if this is something that you would like to pursue. And actually, this has helped us a lot into having very, very low number of drop-offs, because people, and we organize free webinars. This is what we usually do before we start the program, 10 hours free webinars with our mentors live, when they can experience how is it to be on class, and they can actually do homeworks. This is for free. And the people that convert after those webinars are the people that are serious about the job, because they get assignments. They will learn how to code their first website. They will learn how to do their first logo. Obviously, that's not enough to be a graphic designer, but it is enough for you to see if this is something that you would like to pursue or not. Sometimes people take 3-4 of these free courses on different academies, and then they make the decision.
Yeah, that's interesting. So have you ever thought about, I know that you've talked about it's for kind of career changers in most instances, right? I'm sure that's not 100%, but, and that they would take it 2 hours a week for 2 hours for...
Twice a week.
Twice a week, sorry, I wrote it down, but I said it wrong. Have you thought about an accelerated method that people that maybe need to get their a new job, maybe they're unemployed or underemployed, and need it faster? Because that's how long? 9 months? Was that what you told me?
Depending on which one. So graphic design is 7 months. Front-end development is 9 months. I think digital marketing is also 6 months, because they differentiate in the number of hours. But the thing is that we've thought, but we know that that's something that we can sell to have faster revenue, but nobody's going to be a developer in 2 months. There are programs like that, there are competitors like that we know, but it's the same thing when you're learning a language. You cannot learn English in 2 months. You need 2 years, 3 years, and then you need to go to the country, practice the language, and then you need to start thinking on English, and then you will be able to speak on a level that's understandable. Same thing is for programming. Graphic design and digital marketing are a little bit easier, I have to say, but programming and data science, definitely, I mean, we cannot fast track someone. We could try, but it's not going to help us in placement rate. We're not going to have success in that. Actually, right now in Macedonia and Kosovo, what we've done, we added 3 months internship included in the programs, because nobody wants to hire a junior without any internship. Sure. So it's a mandatory right now, currently in the programs back home, because you cannot get a job without show some experience. Now, 3 months, we used to even hire the people in our company and have them redesign a landing page, or obviously they get paid for that. But we realized that when we go to the companies, because we have a lot of partnerships, but when we go and we say, oh, this person did 3 months, he did all these sites, everybody want to take him, because they know junior costs much less than a senior. But they need to see that, okay, somebody already tried and worked with this person, and then he's good, so now let's take him. To be honest, before I came here, I was approached by one company, which is a very big IT company, Max Systems. Carlyle is the hedge fund, is their investor, and they approached us. They say, we want to make a partnership with you. I don't want to hire juniors because they're a cost to me, and we are owned by a hedge fund, but I want you to hire them, and I will sign contracts with you for these people to work in 2 years, and then I'll take them, because they have a strategy of growth and expansion that they need to match, obviously. But it was, for me, it was interesting that they see juniors as a cost, but they approached us as, let's make an IT company, and then the students, the good students, after the boot camp, they will be placed here, we will pay for them. We're not just going to have us on our accounts, because it will look bad as a company, IT company owned by a hedge fund.
Any other discussion? Thank you. Any other discussion?
I do have a couple of follow-up questions,
great,
Chair. Thank you. You mentioned 2 days, 2 hours. that's all that's required, or is that in person, or is that all online?
It's online.
Okay. And I know you have a lot of experience overseas, and this is your first time entering North America. Coming into Miami, you did a fabulous job on segmenting the market that you're targeting, but geographically, is it opened up anywhere and everywhere, or is it into Miami market, or is it everywhere in the States?
We will target Florida, and obviously first will be Miami, because I think that it's most logic, because many of the people that will want to, when you're changing a career, you actually want to meet the person, so I assume they would like to come to the office and speak with me and get some assurance that, you know, we are a serious company. So, and I'm very active in Miami into the tech community. We actually have a very nice tech community in Miami. I was very happy when I came there, from the events to every week. There every Wednesday and Thursday there are tech meetups where the tech community basically can network. These are great ways also to partner with people from IT companies, that we can organize hackathons for the students or some opportunities, visiting lectures. It's a very vibrant and tech community in Miami, which shows, you know, that people want to be in a place where they can say, okay, you know, I have opportunity to work here. So I think Miami would be our main target for the moment, and then I mean, we will target entire Florida. But I think that for me, what I see is that although our programs are online, when they sign the contracts, everybody comes to the office. They want to see the person. They just need an assurance that we will deliver.
And the lab hours, that's also online. That's
Yes.
Every program has, you have lab hours on there. Okay.
So basically, when you learn front-end programming, let's say after HTML and CSS, after the first two modules, they get a static website to do. After the JavaScript, they had dynamic website. After React, they have a React app. So it has to be combined, so that we we don't want them just to get lectures. We want them to work actively throughout the entire boot camp, because they will feel confident and they're not going to drop out. When they start doing their first website, they publish it on Git. We also all the boot camps start with a personal branding workshop, which we believe is very important. Here we teach the people first to position their LinkedIn profile, because LinkedIn is where recruiters are trying to find people in tech. So this is the place where they can be headhunted, even if they're juniors, doesn't matter. So the first thing is to fix their LinkedIn profile. We teach them how the algorithm works, and basically they need to put the headline on the position that they're aspiring to. But another thing is that on LinkedIn you can put your projects. So when somebody opens your LinkedIn profile, and if they see, okay, 10 things I learned while I was doing my first static website, this recruiter will have an opinion about you. Okay, this person knows. I want to read. I want to see what they write. When he's going to open another 10 profiles, if they're empty or if they're not updated, obviously that the person where he saw that somebody's writing articles about their experience throughout the bootcamp will have better impact. And we've seen that people that have great LinkedIn profiles, and this is why the bootcamp starts with a personal branding, they find jobs faster. They get offered for jobs faster. And this is another practice that we've incorporated in order to help the people just get placement easier. Because we know that the number one thing for somebody that comes to a bootcamp is to change the job, find the job, and we want to help them on their end goal.
Thank you. And also I just want to note, thanks to the staff for catching the 606. That was my first note, and I saw it was in the recommendation, so thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations to approve the provisional license for Creative Hub Academy in Miami, 12690.
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next school, the last school in this section is Elite Education Training Center, Miami Lakes, number 12790. We have staff's recommendations. If you're here from the institution, please join us and introduce yourself. Hello.
Good morning. My name is Bianca Gonzalez. I'm campus director. Good morning. My name is Suyuani Tapia, Campus Administrator.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patricia Hernandez, the Registrar for at Elite Education Training Center.
And Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Elite Education Training Center.
Well, welcome all of you. And so tell us about your school and really what's the differentiator in your market and how you chose your program mix, program choices.
Elite Education has a lot of, although we have the same programs many other schools in our area has, the one thing that differentiates us with the HHA program specifically is that we've added hours to the program to target children. I own and operate a very large pediatric nurse registry, and we have noticed that one of the most growing and largest growing diagnosis these days is autism and other developmental diseases. Although the HHA program in general should be teaching how to work with children, that's not happening. So as a student is working, the student will also learning, the student will be working with children in the lab. Some of them will have hours to do as community service hours, we encourage, so that they can obtain that experience before they go out. Another big thing that we have is that we have created like an advisory board of professionals, not only our instructors that work in the field, but the advisory board of professionals in the field that will help us not only keep up with what is new in the programs, but also with employment. As for marketing, give me 1 minute.
Just to give you some numbers, we identified in our research 33 other vocational schools in Miami-Dade County. Out of those 33, which have the same criteria as we do, in person only, not online or hybrid, there were only 3 schools that we found that offered all the programs that we do. One of them, for some reason, is no longer operating. I don't know what the situation was there. But out of the 2, price-wise, a price comparison, we are right in the median point of what both of those schools offer their rates at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And the last part of my question was your program mix, because I guess security has thrown me off a little bit.
So what happened is we were all fortunate, meaning everybody who made up Elite. We're all very fortunate that our jobs allowed us to work at agencies. Suyuani Tapia, who is my partner, owns an extremely successful behavior agency. So we all had the opportunity to work one-on-one with children or one-on-one with our clients. And we saw during COVID such a need for careers, for people to work. In my case, even with my clients, I saw a lot of parents who stayed without jobs because they could no longer go to their regular everyday job. So when in creating this, we wanted to focus on courses that if we should ever, God willing, never happens, go through another COVID situation, people could work independently without any problem. Also, because we are in the city, we are in Miami-Dade County, there is a huge need for careers where people could work being bilingual or just Spanish. And this is one of those programs that allows us that.
So it's security guard, it's like training for the security guard
So Bianca Suyuani, Bianca owns the HHA agency, which is why we're offering HHA. Suyuani does behavior, or she has an ABA agency, so she'd also be able to help with the HHA because she knows so many people in that business as well. For hemodialysis, we have an ARMP who has many years of experience in hemodialysis. We also have a secondary faculty member who works or is a director of nursing at a hemodialysis. And then on our faculty we have Alexander Silva, and he has 5 years prior, well, he has 10 years total in law enforcement, 5 years in security, and 5 years in law enforcement. So we picked staff members and faculty that could bring something different to the table so we can offer a broader range of courses to the public.
And so your initial enrollments, how do you see, what are you expecting, and how do they divide out among those programs?
I believe in the financials or in the information that we gave you guys. No?
Our first month, we're expecting to have about 24. And in first year, we're going to be conservative, and we're going to say we're going to have 100. And that is because we're so late in the year, right? But we are going to try to be as conservative as possible and hope that we expand as we go.
And you're starting with all 5 programs.
We are. That is our goal. We understand we have no marketing, we have done nothing, but just alone in the advisory board team that we have, we do have people looking for positions. One of the gentlemen, and you asked specifically about security, one of the gentlemen that's in our advisory board works at the Port of Miami. And because of the amount of people trying to come into the United States, the port has been very short. And also the amount of people that are traveling, the port has found that they have a massive shortage of security. So that in itself just opened up tremendous amount of opportunity for future students.
Do you know the starting wage of security staff?
In that particular position, it's for the port is 21.
Yeah.
And that's just starting.
It's more, yeah.
But it could very well be more, give or take a few dollars.
Okay. I'm trying to understand a little bit, and I saw that your admission requirement, you don't even require a high school diploma. What happened when you recruit an individual and they're having difficulty with the level? Because online courses, you require a certain level of reading, you have to, for computer, you need mathematics skills. Do you have a remedial program to help these people, or do you do an entrance exam?
No, we're not online, I'm sorry. All of our classes will be taught in person, and we do have a requirement of high school diploma.
You do, okay.
Right, our classes will be bilingual, so they will be separate, of course, Spanish one, English the other, but yes, high school at the very least, because it is required almost in any position that you apply for.
I just couldn't find it on your admission, so I didn't look correctly then. But because these are not necessarily easy courses.
No. The good thing about them, though, is that we have worked really hard to ensure that there are enough clinical and hands-on hours where the student, to meet the needs of the 3 types of learners, visual, audio, and tactile learners, because we do understand that many students that will be returning to school are older students, and even high school students, these days with electronics, they're more tactile learners than anything else.
Okay.
Very good. Any other questions, commissioners?
I do, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, how do you plan on, you mentioned variety of activities to market, but yet you don't have much dollars budgeted for advertising or marketing. So what is your plan there, and why is it budgeted that way?
So in our area, the word of mouth is gold, really. You can have great marketing materials, but if somebody you don't trust or somebody you don't know didn't give them to you, people are not likely to come and find you. So because we are working on an advisory board, and we do have so many faculty and owner or staff members that are professionals in the industry, they will be able to help us with that. But our budget is $500. We do have $300 allocated for a website. And $200 for marketing materials. I know marketing materials usually go for much more, but we do know somebody in our community who we're good friends with, who will only charge us for materials, and then somebody on our staff already does the design, so it comes out to much, much less than it would.
Well, good luck with that. I mean, it sounds like you have connections already built in your community. $500 is very, very low, so it's great if you have the word of mouth. So, good job.
And I have to ask one more question, sorry. So the only program you haven't talked about is facial specialist. So how does that play in? Like, it's such a, I mean, I understand the logic behind diversification of portfolio and program offerings, right? But we've also understand that to start a new business, focus is also very important, and for allocation of resources, right? We see that up here quite a bit. So facial, help me understand how that fits in.
That was actually one of the easiest to think about. So one of the instructor who's actually teaching, her name is Gabriela Suri. She is not only works in the field, she has been an instructor and is very young. She has a huge online following, makeup eyelashes, eyebrows. And that's the thing these days. Yes, TikTok is amazing. In 2 seconds, you can probably learn how to put eyelashes on, but will they stick? Right? You can probably learn how to wear mascara, but will it run? And she has been extremely successful in teaching what the young people are looking for today. What they go to YouTube, and some of these YouTube followers have millions of people just to teach them how to apply blush. So skincare has become a big deal, and because of her following and the amount of people that she has and her contacts, this was a very easy program because we never realized, as people who are work every day, and the last thing we think about is what lipstick to apply, if we even remember, somehow it's a thing these days.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to approve staff's recommendations for Elite Education Training Center, Miami Lakes 12790.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yes.
So we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we move on to the next section, application for annual license.
You should.
Okay. I love the power of the gavel to pull people back together and start. I need one at home for people to listen to me. Our next section is Section C on the agenda is applications for annual license. There are 5 items in this section. Please note number 2 will be removed from this section and placed in Section K, substantive change. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
I hear a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross.
Item 2.
Oh, that just got moved to Section K.
Sorry. There's none.
Commissioner Marty?
I think 2 and 3.
2's been moved, so you want to pull number 3? Okay. Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Williams?
None.
I have none additional either. Director Hurst, does the staff have any?
None.
Okay, so now we'll take a motion to approve with staff's recommendations numbers 1, 4, 5.
So moved.
Second?
I'm sorry, first I need to ask if there's any public comment on any of those being pulled for being moved for approval. Sure, come on up. You please just come to the microphone. We need to record it. Thank you.
I'm with Genuine Healthcare Institute. Was my
Okay.
So yours is going to be moved to Section K, which is substantive change. So when we get to Section K, we'll actually pull you up then. So we will
Okay.
discuss your school. We are going to discuss it. It's just moved to a different section.
Just later.
On the
Okay.
agenda.
I didn't understand why it was moved.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there concern about moving it? Does she have any? Shh. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1, 4, and 5.
So move.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. School number 3, I feel like I'm getting ready to stop this. School number 3 is One Stop Institute, LLC, Lakeland, number 9090. We have staff's recommendations before us. If you are here from that school and would like to come to the podium, please do so and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Juan Serrano, Finance Director, One Stop Institute.
Hi, my name is Irene Rivera. I'm Director at One Stop Institute.
Thank you for being here. Commissioner Marty, do you have questions?
Yeah, I'm having some issues finding it.
Okay, no, take your time.
Sorry.
That's okay, take your time.
Basically, I want to know what your placement plans are and also more about your marketing plan.
Okay. About the placement plan, we have some people that we know already, and they are helping us, like HHA providers that we send the HHAs. We also have phlebotomists, like we have doctors that we also know that they're going to provide us like the opportunity to send the students. About the marketing, right now we just prepare about signs that we're going to put on the roads and all that. We also using more internet like Facebook. We're going to prepare the website right now. We have someone, a graphic designer, who's going to prepare the website right now. So basically those are the two.
Okay. And what's the normal salary for a home health aide that completes your program?
Did
she say?
Okay. You say HHA, right? Home health?
What is the salary for a home health aide that completes the program successfully.
Hace como un año subió a $15 la hora.
So about a year ago was about $15 per hour, so now it has to be a little bit more than that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the rate?
$15
Okay,
per hour.
thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion? Any public comment or on this matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations on One Stop Institute LLC in Lakeland, number 9090.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next section is application for extension of annual license. We have one school, Truck Driver Institute, Milton, number 2437. We have staff's recommendations before us. If you're here from that school, please come and introduce yourself. It doesn't appear that anyone is here from that school. If you, commissioners, is there any discussion? Or Commissioner, or Executive Director Hurst, is there any context?
No, we are just recommending to grant their extension of their annual license.
Any discussion, commissioners? Is there any comment from, any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Truck Driver Institute, Milton, number 2437.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The next section is application for annual renewal. We have 41, plus one. We will take this section by consent. Is there a motion to take this section by consent?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any public comment on? I'm sorry, so there are 41 only. There is not a plus one. So the motion is to take 41 applications by consent. Is there a first? I need a motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Hearing none, the motion to accept these items by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner if they would like to pull any on this list. Commissioner Cross?
Give me a moment.
Oh, sure.
I do not have any.
Thank you. Commissioner Marty?
Not at this point.
No. Commissioner Stefano?
So, I have a question to commission staff about 25. I see here that there is a correction to the recommendation, but I just want some clarification on it, if that's okay.
Would you like me to just state the clarification for the record, or would you like to poll the school?
Well, I mean, I just want to know if the recommendation has been,
So right now, it states upon the following contingencies being met, and then there's a colon, and there are no contingencies behind it. Is that the question related to that?
well, it says upon the following contingencies being met, and that's crossed out, but then afterwards it says, delegate authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. But if you're removing upon the following contingencies being met, then it seems like the delegation of authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled Is that
It will all be removed. So when we go through there, that's just our note that we made a clerical issue on theirs because they don't actually have any contingencies. So we'll remove all of the language for the contingencies when we submit their clerked order.
Perfect. Then in terms of institutions, the only one that I'd like to pull is 34.
Okay. Commissioner Marty, did you?
Can I have a question? There are some of these institutions that do not present placement and stuff on time, but then, so it becomes a contingency that you would grant the annual license. Is there any kind of, I don't know, I'm not going to say punishment, but any kind of incentive for people to do these things when they have to? Like, some of them, you just don't have to put anything, but in others, it's like a whole.
So the new rule is going to, or the new rule that went to effect on July 1st of 2023 will require timely submission of that document.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Okay.
So there is a new rule that will go in place that will require timely submission, and there are fees involved for not.
Okay, because it's a lot easier not to.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Williams?
I've done additional.
I think I'd like to pull 28. Director Hurst is, does the staff have any?
No additional.
Okay, so I'll take a motion to approve with staff recommendations. Oh, I'm sorry, is there any, I guess I have to say what they are first. Let me ask, is there any public comment on any schools in this section 1 through 41? That have, well, I haven't pulled any yet. So that have not been pulled, number 28 and 34. Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve with staff recommendations items 1 through 27, 29 through 33, 35 through 41.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing none. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. We'll now move to school number 28, which is Naples Nursing Academy, LLC Naples, number 5522. If you, we have staff's recommendations before us. If you're here, please come and introduce yourself. I'm going to ask you the PN, the score, please. Okay. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Minor Jean Lewis. I'm the president owner of Naples Nursing Academy.
And sir, would you like to?
Ancelot Semelian, school staff.
I'm sorry, the microphones look like they might be a little too low. Thank you.
Ancelot Semelian, school staff.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So I pulled this because I wanted to talk about or have you explain your financial improvement plan on your net income and your working capital, and talk maybe about your placement scores or your testing scores.
All right, for the financial, we have the CPA prepare the document in response to that. So it's already been taken care of because there are some misunderstanding or misinterpretation in the numbers in terms of there's a statement issued by the CPA to clear that out.
So I guess then how are you working? I mean, I'm not asking as if your report has been filed or your CPA report has been filed, but how are you intending to improve your working capital against your net income?
We don't have a deferment.
Pardon me?
This is what, we don't have a deferment according to our CPA. It was misinterpreted by a specialist. And then she prepared another paper so we can send it to you guys so you can see that it's already prepared.
Director, I'm gonna defer to you as to the explanation here.
So right there.
Naples Nursing Academy.
So the financials, the balance sheet that we have on file, and it ends December 31st, 2022, shows a negative working capital and a positive net income.
The thing is, it shows the deferred tuitions as $171,000, which was wrong, because from time to time we receive settlement payment from the students. We don't receive it as a lump sum. So as the student pays their tuition quarterly, that number shifts automatically. So it seems like we would have a negative working capital, but in good reality, it's not, because the students already pay.
Understood. So what we'll ask, so you'll see in that first contingency, that's what staff is requesting, is the submission of an explanation of the financial condition of the institution, because we want to know those kind of things. So that will be part of your financial improvement plan to explain how you're going to get to a positive number.
All right, we already emailed it over.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that.
No problem.
So then the second part of the question was about your scores, your testing scores, the numbers of testers and the scores. So what's your plan for that? Or Director Hurst, you have some of that data you can share?
Sure, I'll be happy to. So your practical nursing program summary has your practical nursing you have scores for 2023 quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 2023. So the state average for 2023 quarter 1 was 79.56%, and the institution's pass rate is 50% with 2 testers. In quarter 2, the state average is 90%, and the institution's pass rate is 33.33% with 6 testers. So can you tell us a little bit about how you plan to improve those scores?
Well, what I'm going to do starting next week, October 7th, I'm going to have a programs just to bring the student into school to work with them and then apply a new program so they can go ahead and before they take the test, I have to work with them so before they can go take the exam. Because what I realized that as soon as they finish the school, they lack of studying. They just go to work because they've been in school for a full year, and most of them are second language students. So they go to work because they've been at home for a full year, in school for a full year. They don't have money. So what I'm going to do, starting October 7th, I'm going to start a remediations program for them for 4 months before the new student take the exam so that I can improve the grades.
Do you have a challenge with getting your students to take the test after the program?
Yes,
Yes,
Looks
we do.
like you don't have very many
Yes, we
because
do.
The issue that we have a lack of nurses in Florida and in our area is a very well known that problem is an issue in our community. The moment the student graduates, they hire them right away as of like graduate nurses. So technically, a brand new student with a shift of their income, and then they get so comfortable at times, they don't even come to the office and fill out the application because they get so comfortable so easily. So now,
So they're hiring them without a license?
yes,
They hire them as a GPN.
graduate practical nurse. It's
So-
very common in our community.
So what I'm going to do starting October 7th, I'm going to do remediation programs for all those students. I'm going to have a program every Saturday for those students. Before they take the exam, I have to remediate them so they can take the exam. Because I have to stir them up because they just like lay back. That's my next program. That's what I'm going to do for them.
Can you say again, what are they hired as? What's their position when they're hired on and not licensed? What
Graduate practical nurse.
They're going to, as a GPN, graduate practical nurses, they give them 6 months to work. To work as a graduate practical nursing students. So after 6 months, if they don't pass, they put them back as a CNA.
So they're paying $15,000, but they get that 6 months window, so they're using that window to be hired.
No, after they finish school, they graduate and then they hire them as a GPN for 6 months. It's a placement program for 6 months. So if they take the exam, they don't pass, then they put them back to work as a CNA.
Do they increase their wages when they hire them?
Yes, they do.
What is that wage? Can you tell us?
Probably $2 or $3 extra than CNAs, and when they finish, they give them the proper
So
rate.
like $15 an hour?
No, NAPO is $21 an hour.
Okay.
So when they finish, they pay them $27 an hour as an LPN when they pass their exam.
And do you have an employer that you're working with specifically, or who are they going to work for? Let me ask that.
We don't have one, but where we're training those students, the hospital hire them as a PCT, and the hospital was physician within the hospital hire them as a PCT, and they train them while they hire them when they pass the exam so they can put them to the level, because they start hiring LPN in the hospital at Naples right now. So where they train, sometimes they hire them there. But I'm working on the grades.
I know you have a remediation plan that you're planning on doing for those who didn't pass, but I'd also recommend
I'm going to do it for the future too.
Yeah, I just
future
would
student.
recommend a way to incentivize them to take that test. You know, even though they're getting this job offer right away, some method to incentivize them to take that test early on, because obviously knowledge gets, decreased over time.
And that 6 months is going to come really quick.
Yeah, that's the problem we have, because those students who take the exam, they finish school since January. Yeah. January 2023, so we're in September.
Is the language acquisition a part of the challenge for them taking the test, or?
No, they pass the TEAS test according to me. They don't have a language problems.
Okay. So you just mentioned that there's a lot of second language learners.
I think yeah, they do, but some of them, I work with them, and they say they don't have a problems. And then second of all, so I think by taking the exams too late, they lay back. So that's what I have to encourage them to take the exam as soon as possible. Because when you take the exam, the first 3 months, you lost 10% of what you learned from your knowledge from the school.
Right. Yep.
Can I inquire how your year-to-date, because when we look at these, it's always trailing for the end of last year. Can you tell me how you're performing relative to your financial expectations up to this point for this year?
Right now, we're doing good financially because we have 34 students for LPN right now. As we speak, we just graduated 18 of them. So financially, and we have the HHA programs doing great. And we're doing CPR, the school financially doing very well. We don't have a financial problem.
Okay. I want you to know why I was asking, based on your net cash decrease for last year, if I just amortize that out, without any significant change, one might think that you would be coming close to running out of money. That's why I was asking about
we have
this
to
year.
understand, last year we just came from COVID. When I was approved for the program to May 2021, we're in the middle of COVID-19.
No doubt, yeah.
And we only have like 18 students. It was for the whole program.
Sure.
So whatever money we have used for the students, and then they don't pay a full amount, they pay as they go.
Sure.
So COVID finished, everything, knock on wood, everything is fine right now. So
Good to hear. Thank you.
financially, we're doing fine.
Outstanding.
Is there any other discussion, commissioners? Any public comment on the matter? I'd like to suggest an additional contingency to have a, what do we call it? I'm sorry, I forgot the word.
A progress report.
A progress report on the testing scores and a test and an improvement plan for you, like so that you write a plan so that you have a path forward to improve. I know that you just discussed it, but I think we should put that into the record.
I'll send it to you.
Great. So I'd like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendations with an added contingency of an improvement plan for the testing scores.
Okay.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next school is number 34. Rofum School of Nursing, St. Petersburg, number 7760. If you are here from this, we have staff's recommendations before us. If you are here from the school, please join us. Dr. Oh, here you go.
Dr. Jose Otero, I'm here to clarify on their position. They are going to do a teach out. We are preparing them for it. We've notified the folks at CIE, and we're able to now officially say that that's the direction they're going. The ownership taken responsible measures to conduct a teach out and at the same time realize this is probably not something that she wants to continue doing. And, you know, sometimes we wish a lot of folks think the same way and would do the same thing. But we found it very responsible of her to do so. She was very transparent, and certainly we'll still be working with the folks to close it out.
Thank you. How many students are in the teach out?
She just finished her last one.
Okay.
So this is going to be a pretty...
So the action of granting the annual renewal is so that there is a teach out.
How many students?
There should be one.
31?
No, one that's in a teach out.
Oh.
It should be.
So she's closing
should be
the
finishing
program.
it as we speak, actually.
Yes, so the purpose, this was actually drafted before we were alerted of the closeout, but the staff recommendation was to go ahead and grant the annual license with the notification that they were closing out, so they will do the teach out program, so they have an annual license while that last student finishes their classes, so there's no disruption to that student's education, nor any further repercussions when they go to take an exam.
Exactly.
Is that, do you know, when you said that there's that one last student in teach out, do you know the date that they will have been completely taught out of the program?
I have to look at my notes, but it's within the next week or two.
Okay. And then staff will do our part to go ahead and do the orderly closure of the school.
Commissioner Stefano, does that answer your question? Anyone else? Is there any public comment on this matter? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Roham School of Nursing, St. Petersburg, number 7760.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Otero. The next section, let me make sure I'm correct, is applications for license by means of accreditation. We have no applications there. Then G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. We have 19 in this section, plus one. Do we have a motion to take this section by consent?
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes to take this section by consent. I will now call on each of the commissioners if there are any items that they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
I have none.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
One moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Number 16, please.
Okay. Commissioner Williams?
None additional.
I have none. Director Hurst?
No additional.
So I have is there any public comment on any of the schools that are not being pulled? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve items 1 through 15 and 17 through 20 based on staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Now we will look at school number 16. I'm going to flip some pages. And that is Summit Salon Academy, Tampa, number 3303. We have staff's recommendations before us. If you're here from that school, please join us and introduce yourself.
Good day. My name is Romley Birch, Director of Education at Summit Salon Academy, Tampa.
Bob Harris, Legal Counsel for Summit Salon, Tampa.
Thank you for being here. Commissioner Stefano?
So I just wanted to ask about your current progress in improving placement, and if you've already kind of taken any steps towards improving that in the future.
Yes, so we did implement the placement improvement plan, and in that placement improvement plan, we did things such as implementing a new system called Canvas Me, which allows students to upload their digital portfolio in order to be placed and seen more broadly. Also, we did implement as well better salon tours for our students to be able to go out into spas in order to receive placement. We also are now running quarterly career fairs at the school. In fact, we have one coming up on October 18th where I personally have gone out and invited more spas and nail salons to participate.
Great. When did you start these activities?
When did we start these activities? In the first quarter of this year, we did.
Okay. And have you seen so far?
Yes, we're actually trending upward. We also just got a new verification company because we feel like some of our numbers had been lost maybe from our previous verification company. So our new verification company will be starting with us as of October 1st. And I think that that will show that we actually have more students placed than we were previously said that we did.
Great. Thank you.
Can I inquire about the leasehold improvements? And apparently you had a construction project last year. Can you tell us about that?
About our construction project last year?
Yeah, for 2022, there was a 1.1 leasehold improvement. You must have done some significant upgrades to your facility.
Yes, we added substantial square footage to the academy by being able to have the tenants that were next door move on. We were able to increase our spa area and also add 2 classrooms for our massage therapy program and our full specialist program. So now we have more beds and we were able to add our spa therapies program as well.
Nice.
I'm really intrigued by the verification company now. So tell me.
Yeah, how can I get one of those?
Yeah, what is that? What is that? What do they do? Who are they? Like, I'm curious.
So forgive me, I'm new to the role and I'm here in absence of our CEO today, but in our last staff meeting as of this Monday, I was told about this new verification system. I do not know their name, but apparently the company that we had prior was dropping the ball for us in some ways, and so now we have this new verification company that will be able to actually track the students as soon as they graduate, do follow up with the students to make sure that they have been placed. Also, all of those numbers will be in our in-house CRM is what they're calling it. I don't know what that is, but
client relationship manager. We know what that is.
Well, there we go. So in our CRM, and then that way our numbers will be more accurate than they have been in the past.
What is your current enrollment for 23-24?
What is
Enrollment?
enrollment for 2024?
No, 23-24, this year.
This year.
For full specialists?
Altogether, what do you how many students do you have right now?
Right now, in-house, we have about 161 students, but as of October 9th, we will be starting a new full specialist class, so it will fluctuate between 160 and 178, give or take.
But I'm looking that in 21-22, you had 591.
591 students? Total, are you talking about as that graduated, or you mean in-house?
Graduates, it says 338, and in-house 591.
Graduates, okay, yes, then, yes. But if you're talking about actual students that are in-house, then the
Currently
number
in
is the number I
progress.
quoted before.
Currently enrolled.
Yes. Did I answer your question, ma'am?
So you are like half the number of students now than you were? You lost a lot of students?
No. So the number that you probably see was, are you saying total that graduated from the previous year, or are you talking about students that are currently enrolled?
I'm reading what it says here.
So our numbers reflect that, I'm just going to read it for a couple years because that might put it in more context.
Thank you.
In 2019-20, you had 271 enrollment with 108 graduates. 2021, there were 240 enrollment with 150 graduates. And then we have for 21-22, there were 591 enrollment with 338 graduates.
And now you're talking about 170, so it's a huge difference.
By the way, I do have a question when we get to the end of this. I do have a question about this information being provided to commissioners. You can put that in the public portion of it, or is this particular?
So yes, I see what you mean. I could be incorrect again. I've just ascended into this role, so I could be, misquoting. But if you're talking about the entire enrollment year numbers, I don't know those off the top of my head. I was talking about what we have as far as current enrollment, like as of today, not the annual.
And there
enrollment.
still could be more, I mean, we're only in
Yes.
Yes. October, September, and then you still have you still have the rest of the year enrollment to go to.
Yes, and we still have two, in November, there's another cycle of cosmetology and barber students, and then remember, I mentioned on October 9th that there will be more full specialists and skin students, and then again on December 18th, we will have additional class of enrollment of full specialist students too. So maybe by the end of the year, the number will look more consistent to this number. I was speaking earlier about what we have currently enrolled in-house.
May I make a comment? Staff apologies, that is an incorrect number. So we just redid the calculations. It is 297 for enrollments for 21-22, and then the graduates were 169. So I do apologize on behalf of the commission staff for the error on this document.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
He was just going to ask for a pay increase.
Okay.
I am glad you had all your answers ready, but I do apologize.
No worries.
So my last question is just, look, you guys are growing, you've added space, you've increased enrollments over time. What's the overall plan? Are we going to see you come back in for another location in a different city? What you guys planning? Because it looks by all accounts like you guys are doing a great job.
We are doing great. Happy to say that. But no, we're going to keep rocking it out at our current location and trying to make sure that we service these beauty professionals the best that we can with the facility that we have. We're fortunate to have a beautiful facility and our students are enjoying it.
Outstanding.
Great. Is there any other discussion, commissioners? Is there any comment from the public on this matter?
There is.
Bob, can you speak into the microphone, please?
I apologize. I've
That's
never been told I'm quiet, so I didn't think I needed a microphone. But this last page that's included in the summary sheet, the at a glance, that information is optional. They don't have to provide information to you. I have been asked probably 7 or 8 times, if it's optional, why is it being sent to commissioners? Why? Why?
Could you say that one more time for me, Counselor?
Yeah.
I'm trying to follow.
The last page in the summary sheet has the 3 years of information, so forth, called at a glance. This meeting is the first time I've seen this on the summary sheets. And so I've been asked by a number of people, if the information that schools submit is optional, they don't have to submit it. They're being told, it's just optional, you don't have to submit it, but you can submit it if you want to. I'm being asked, why, if it's optional, why is it then being put together and sent to commissioners? Why?
Actually, Mr. Harris, I think I can explain it because I think as a new commissioner coming in brand new, I saw that it was challenging for us at the meetings to scroll through multiple documents because there's so many. Even if we go through them in advance of the meeting, it was hard for us to have meaningful discussion at the commission meetings without being able to have the information pulled from all those other documents readily available and at a glance. So the summary that I was receiving, and this was from my point of view as a new commissioner, and then we have discussed it at other commission meetings, looking for ways to streamline the information that we as commissioners are seeing, because we can find all this information throughout the document, but it's more challenging for us as a just hunting and pecking through all the documents to find the information that we care about that's related to the school's performance. And so that is the answer that, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm the one that asked for that.
You are.
You are.
So, I mean, if you don't want to, if the schools don't want to provide it, that's fine, but I'm asking the staff to provide us with a summary of what is significant and meaningful to us as commissioners making decisions on these schools.
There has to be some historical context for those of us, including myself, who are new to really, how many years have you been coming to these meetings?
38.
So I can count my time in months. Yeah. So we need that historical context because we don't have that depth of knowledge that you have about.
Well, let me say two things about that. First of all, it's not the question of needing the information. It's one of the things I've suggested a number of times over the years is I think you need this type of thing to compare year after year enrollment, year after year, because that's how you find out whether someone's a problem or they need your attention. Where are the red flags? So if you had a red flag page with all kinds of things, and I can give you probably 5 or 6 other things that over the years suggestions have been made to look at things and see trends. So I don't have a problem with that. But the problem again is the schools are being told it's completely voluntary that they provide information. What they don't know is then going to be compiled and put in front of you all. That's the question. I don't have any problem with the law.
Well, should there be an expectation that any information provided to CIE is going to be compiled and put in front of the commission?
That would be
purely
the
voluntary,
expectation.
that's
No,
the
but
issue.
this information, whether they provide it in that format or not, is going to still available in all the documentation that's been provided by the school. So it's going to be pulled by the staff because that was our request as commissioners to see it in this way. And I would love your red flag ideas because that would be very helpful. I'd be happy to have you share those with us.
I'll be glad to do that. Again, it's not the information, it's just the way in which it's gathered. I've just been asked a question. It's voluntary, we don't know whether we have to do it, and then it shows up.
Well, then I would ask staff, like, how do you request that information? And if it's not submitted by the school, you're still pulling it from within their files? Is that true?
Is that right, Jason?
So when they receive a 30-day letter, it will have in there what information is voluntary. If they do provide that information, that's what is going on here. So it is information that's provided to staff on a voluntary basis. And then you'll see the ones where you may have some not applicable or it's not on there. That's where a school has chosen or opted not to provide that documentation. They are not penalized for not providing that documentation. No adverse action is taken against them. But for the ones that do provide the documentation, it gives us a little bit more of a holistic view of their institution, and that's why it's put on this at-a-glance document.
So I guess then it begs the question, why don't we require it then? Because it does give us the historical
Counselor, is that your point? Should it be required information?
If I were king for the day, the answer would be yes. You would have a form, and on that, or series of forms, where they input certain data, and you're able to then track things and so forth, really the red flag type things. I think that would be a great
this discussion was had a year or so ago, and I think we first set back here about being able to have formulaic metrics, right? To be able to have apples, well, as close to apples and apples comparisons as possible for trends and potential pitfalls. So I think that's been discussed up here before and merits continued discussion.
Yeah, for example, Mr. Williams, you're really good at looking at the financials, and it's been very helpful to a lot of these schools, and even myself, I'd appreciate it. But there are some things in the financials, accounts receivable levels and all those kind of things you can look at, where you can see they got a problem. They got an enrollment problem, they've got some other problem, and so there are a number of things that can be put together where you can see some trends that tend to show whether a school's going in the right direction or not. So anyway,
I agree with you, because what I look at when I look at those are anomalies within that performance. If something ticks up incredibly high that was not there over a period of 2 years prior, or seems exorbitant relative to the performance of the school, that's the question that I want to ask about.
And ultimately, Madam Chair, the only reason I bring it is because it's been asked of me, if it's voluntary, then why is it being disclosed? And that's all. That's all. The only reason why I raise it, and I appreciate it.
Because we needed to have more clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sir, is this on this same topic? Is it on the school particularly? No, but no. Do I need to take the public comment now, or just wait till we do the vote? Let us just finish the vote. Stay there. Stay there. Thank you. So we have a motion to accept the staff's recommendations on Summit Salon Academy Tampa number 3303. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Sir, please join us. Are you representing a
Thank you,
school?
Commission. Yes, so my name is Adam Ross. I'm the Executive Director of South Florida Academy. I do appear today, but since you opened up, my understanding was you were opening up comments to the public, so I thought I would weigh in on that.
Is your public comment specifically about your school?
No, it's about that
this
issue
topic
of the
reporting?
voluntary information.
Voluntary, so.
I can keep it very brief.
I know, but Bob really wasn't talking about that school. He was talking very specifically about the school. So we'll say it's related since we just had the conversation.
Thank you very
Might as
much.
well keep it all together. So welcome and
Okay.
please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Like I said, my name is Adam Ross, Executive Director of South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning. I'll appear a little bit later under the Simpson change section. I just wanted to give a different perspective on that. As an owner of a school, there are a lot of requirements that as a private enterprise we have to submit to this government entity. And Commissioner Williams, I've heard you talk about having less requirements needed of schools, and every time there's one more requirement, maybe we back one off, and I'm a big advocate of that. I applaud the commission for offering this as voluntary information. I think the more voluntary information, the better. The less required information, the better. I know a lot of my time goes towards compiling things for the CIE. So just to take a different stance as the attorney here, as a school owner, I am more than welcome to supply that information voluntary. I completely understand that anything supplied voluntary will obviously be provided to the commission. That's why it's being sent in. So just the opinion that that voluntary information is a fantastic means of providing you what you need without providing additional time requirements for the schools.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Okay, so our next, sorry, now I gotta scroll a little bit. Section on the agenda is applications for program approvals and modifications. We have, all right, hold on, 2 or 3? There are 3 original items in this section. There is 1 right in addition to this section, item number 4. These materials can be found in the addendum to the agenda. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second. We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to take this, hearing none, motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Williams?
No, ma'am.
I would like to pull number 3. Director Hurst?
No others.
Okay, is there a motion then to, is there any public on, any public comment on any of the schools that have not been polled? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1, 2, and 4.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. We will now look at school number 3, which is the Spot Barber Academy Doral, number 9049. We have staff's recommendations. If you are here from the school, please introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, I'm the director, Disney Rivron Perdomo.
Thank you for being here. Director Hurst, would you give us some context to this application, to this item?
Yes, ma'am. So the staff recommendation was to grant approval of the modification to the barber program for the 1,200 clock hours to 900 clock hours. There appears that there was a misunderstanding between your documents the first time and what you were asking. So that has been clarified, and you were asking for 900 hours. And then grant approval of the Cosmo to Barber Diploma and Restricted Barbering Diploma programs.
Yes.
The reason for which you were being pulled is that on-site visit, which occurred by commission staff on the 5th of September, where we found 1 document where an individual had in their file, their student file, that they had graduated from the restricted barber program, which had not yet been approved by the commission. I know you've submitted your document to us, but if you will explain it to the commission, I would greatly
Yes, so
appreciate
someone had put in an Excel spreadsheet, restricted barber next to a student that took the exam for restricted barber. He had enrolled for the master barber program, but at the time of testing, he wanted to take the restricted barber since it's a 30 question as opposed to 100 for the master. Due to personal and financial reasons, a 66-year-old man, the DBPR application allows the student to do that since they only require, once you've met 600 minimum, 900 minimum, they can go ahead and request to do the restricted as opposed to the master barber license. And that was the difference.
So this is a subcomponent really of the larger program.
That you have approval for.
Right, we're
that you're already approved to
they
provide,
approve,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Can you tell us what the rationale is to move from the 1,200 to 900? Is it to compete with other programs or?
Well, the DBPR is now changed it from 1,200 to 900 for the master barber license, so we just want to kind of stay up to date. And 900 hours is more than sufficient.
Yeah.
We've come to see.
Okay, thank you.
Are you currently operating the Cosmo to Barber program, or have you operated the Cosmo to Barber program or the restricted barber program?
No, ma'am. We've only been doing the master
So
barber
there are
program.
none enrolled, there are no students who
No.
have graduated from that program?
No.
Yes. Director, if you don't, to put that into context, in my world, we have people who take a Class A training and they get to the end and say, I want to test on a B truck. I can't do this, right? And they completed the approved A training. They just want to take a different test, and they're okay with that more restricted license as a result, because that restricted license represents only a subcomponent of the larger program that you're training.
And the real difference, the testing part is a huge difference. It's 100 questions, multiple choice, or 30 just in Florida laws.
Yeah.
And the difference between licensed, master, and restricted, it's really chemical services. So you have some people that are want to start working in the barber industry, obtain their license, and they're like, I'm not going to do hair color, and I'm not going to own a barber shop, so it doesn't really matter to me. So let me just study for the section that's 30 questions, Florida laws, and it makes more sense for them at that time. And I feel like this is something that's going to continue for schools offering this specific program happening, because the 100 questions, they go through the whole program, they finish 9, 10, 12 months, and at the time that they go to Pearson VUE to set up a test, this is a lot easier. I can do this a lot faster. So they do ask us.
And to clarify, for the staff's perspective, when we're doing these on-site visits and when we're making sure that you are not operating programs that have not yet been approved by the commission, the concern is not that these students have chosen to take a lower level test, as long as they are allowed to, they have the appropriate training to take that test, and you've trained them in accordance with the programs we've already approved. The issue was that in the file, it did state that it appeared that this student was a graduate of the restricted barber. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Right, it was indicating the license, not that was a confusion.
Yeah. So is this something that should be spelled out in a catalog? Like for the general student to come and understand?
So I believe it is in your catalog. It'll tell them the different programs by which,
Right.
So I don't know that your program said what test that they could take an earlier
That's what I
test.
guess
I think the confusion, from what we've seen, right? The confusion comes in when they pull the DBPR application from the Barber's Board. The first section states that a student can challenge the exam at 600. So we have a lot of students that come up to us in the Master Barber program for 1,200, and they're like, I'm ready to test at 600. And we've kind of been skeptical as to not doing that, because now that we hopefully obtain approval for the restricted barber, we wanted to avoid the confusion. But moving forward, I think that would be helpful to clarify it, because the DBPR does state in their application that if they feel that they can challenge, if they fail, they have to go back and finish the course. But they can technically challenge at 600 hours. As well as if you register for the Master Barber program and you complete the program in 10 months, you're doing about 100 hours a month, you are now ready to select your exam. You can pick restricted barber first, and then maybe down the line you want to go back and challenge master for whatever reason. So there is a bit of a confusion with that.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that And I think there's some parity here, so if you don't mind
No, by all
comparing your
means.
licensing situation to mine, I have a 160-hour program that people can complete, and they will receive a certificate that said they completed the 160-hour program. That doesn't mean they test on the vehicle that it trained you for. So the test is a completely separate thing, and they could say, nope, I did the 160, I was trained to be a master barber, but I want to take the test, in my world would be on a B truck, right? And thus subsequently, the credential that is issued looks like it was a program that they weren't trained for, but they did indeed complete the training for that, right?
Which is exactly what happened here. He
Yeah.
completed the
I get
Master
it all the
Barber,
time.
which is the only program we have, and then decided to test. So I guess it's just indicating his license was restricted barber, but he was in the Master Barber
Right,
program.
so that would be the clarification. So in your student files, it needs to state by which program they graduated, the
Not the
accurate
license.
program, and then you can put what license they took. So then that kind of clarifies the issue when we're going in and looking at your records, or even for your students, that they now have transcripts or documents that show what they completed, and then you can have which test they actually took.
If I
And
can
I think that
suggest,
should
ma'am,
be
what-
spelled out in the catalog, like you can, but
Well-
I think it'll be resolved, a lot of it will be resolved with having this program.
Yes.
yeah, in our student files, we have a certificate of completion for one program, but then we also capture their license, which shows that it was for a separate program. So you can see that disparity. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Any comment from the public? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to approve staff's recommendations for the Spot Barber Academy, Doral number 9049.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here. That was helpful explanation. Okay. The next section is motion for extension of license. We have two items in this area. Do I have a motion to take this section by consent?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. I will now ask each commissioner if they have any items to pull. Commissioner Cross?
No, none.
Commissioner Marty?
Nope.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
And I do not. Director Hurst, is the staff? Does the
None.
staff? No? Hearing none, the motion passes to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 and 2. Are there any comment from the public on items 1 and 2? Hearing none, the motion passes. The next section is motion for request of extension of time to comply with contingencies. We have one school in this area. It is Stay Safe ELDT School, Jacksonville, number 1250. We have staff's recommendations to extend the time to comply. If you are here from the school and want to approach, you're welcome to. Is there a discussion from the commissioners? Discussion from the public on this? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The next section is substantive change, and I'm going to get to my script on this. We will take, there are 10 items plus 2, as one of them has been moved from section C. So total of 12 items. These write-in materials can be found in the addendum. We also have staff's recommendations. We will take these one by one, correct? Thank you. So the first school is Cosmo Beauty School, Bonita Springs, number 3253. We have staff's recommendations if you are here from the school and would like to come to the podium and introduce yourself. It doesn't appear that there's anyone here from that school. Commissioners or Director Hurst, do you have any context for us?
We have found that they have a financial soundness issue, so they have both negative working capital and negative net income was reported to the commission. They are accredited by the National Accrediting Commission of Career and Art Sciences, so you'll see the contingency or submission of correspondence from the school to the accrediting agency, as well as submission of the correspondence between the school and the United States Department of Education.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? Is there any public comment on this matter? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. You know, I do have a thought, a question. Like, it occurs to me that we need to very consistently ask schools when they have a finding from their accreditor or the U.S. Department of Education, it should be a standard operating procedure that they submit to us anything that they submit to those bodies. And that's not standard, right? We have to ask for it as a contingency.
So it's a little bit of twofold. So it is a requirement of their application that they do submit those kind of documentation to us, but sometimes it gets overlooked, or they may have missed that we have a financial soundness problem, so that's why we add the contingencies if we have not yet received those. Some of them will proactively provide us those documents.
So even like some of our schools are in litigation and other challenges, and so those types of responses to the US DOE or whatever, or should by matter of course be submitted to us as well.
Yes, and if we have not received them or would like additional documents, because sometimes we'll request for additional correspondence between them and for like an HCM2 matter. We may ask for all correspondence between the institution itself and the U.S. Department of Education, so we understand the full breadth of what their process. So there will be additional contingencies added.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. So the next school is Installer Institute, Inc., Holly Hill, number 1992. We have staff's recommendations before us, and if you're here from the school, welcome. And introduce yourself.
Good morning. Monica Anderson, Director of Operations.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Director Hurst, do you want to give us context here?
Yes, ma'am. So this is also due to a negative working capital and a negative net income. I know you have submitted a financial improvement plan to the commission, but can you kind of tell us how that's going since they're still negative? Both of those will trigger a sub change. So can you kind of give us some context about how your school's doing and what are your plans to improve your financials?
Obviously, due to COVID, there was a trickle-down effect that has happened that has put us in a position. We also lost some staff, which was part of our admission staff. So we are a smaller school, so when you lose one staff member, it's a huge deal. And that makes a huge, huge impact. And it really rolls into the classes coming in because information is missed, or those incoming students that are trying to get into the school maybe are not being not being contacted in time, paperwork's not being done in time, so it obviously affects our enrollment. And that's one of the main issues that we had for last year, getting out of COVID. And we also had additional expenses due to COVID storms. We had some damage. We offer, in our school, we offer housing to our students. So we had a lot of expenses with that, which has obviously affected our working capital. And we're trying to, obviously this year, we're making the attempts to get back into just making it better, getting those enrollments in. We have new staff in our admissions department, and we are trying to get back in the good grace. We have, we've been in business for 31 years. This is the first time I've stepped in front of you in the 21 years that I've been with the Installer Institute. So it's, I guess we all get to this point at one, unfortunately, but we are trying our best to just, make this year a better year and not have this issue again with our next license.
Is the school a subsidiary of or an affiliate with an existing business where you guys are actually doing installations and there you use that existing business to support the training that you're doing for students?
No. So the owner of Installer Institute also owns a very large manufacturer in our industry. They're a large manufacturer in our industry, and they obviously that helps a lot with our placement and things like that because we're that's why we don't have a problem with placement. But no, we do not have a shop attached to the actual school.
But a manufacturer of equipment.
Yes, so they actually manufacture all the product, well, most of the product that we utilize and teach how to install.
And is the entity of this school a subsidiary of that manufacturer? Or is it
No,
separate?
it's separate.
But in a way, it helps move product of the manufacturer, right, by having more licensed installers who know what they're doing. Exactly.
Correct,
Okay.
absolutely.
So the financials that we're seeing are obviously not representative of the larger manufacturing business
Correct.
that they're trying to
Which we
build.
do submit to the
Right,
U.S.
right.
Department of
Okay.
Education. We
Makes
do-
sense now. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask how many students. Is enrollment part of the challenge or no?
So
more of the staff.
last year, because of losing that admissions person, it did become, an issue. As the director of the school, I stepped in, but there's certain things that you can't cross lines. There's certain things that I can't do. So it just made it very, very difficult until we were able to get somebody in there to do the job. And training an admissions person takes time. It's not something you do overnight.
And your placement rate, which I know we don't need to have it,
Our
but
placement rates are on point.
I'm sorry?
Our placement rates are on point. We have no issues right now with our placement rates. Our basic program, which shows that's the only program, but we had no students enrolled in that program. That's the only reason why it was under. We have a shortage of installers, not of jobs right now, for our industry.
Any other questions, discussion, commissioners? Is there any public comment on this matter? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Installer Institute in Holly Hill, number 1992.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
here. Number 3 is Margate Medical Training Center in Margate, number 6261. We have staff's recommendations. If you are here from that school, please join us and introduce yourself.
As they come up, I just want to remind the commission that we have to move Genuine Healthcare Institute number 9023 to this section. So, okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Coretta Waters, School Director.
Thank you. And hello, thank you for being here. Director Hurst, can you give us some context?
Yes, so the sub change is occurring because of the institution's nursing assistant program being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. So can you speak to us about that?
Yes, during COVID, there was a lot of changes as far as the CNA program, and even we did a major change in location, so that affected it. And then what we had to do, because what we realized, a lot of our students coming in or applying for that program, they were speakers of other languages. English was not their first language, so even though we were training them practically and they were doing well, what we have done recently is just implemented additional testing material before we submit them for testing.
Have you considered, maybe ask it this way, has your admissions criteria changed or screening for admission?
Yes, that definitely has. Before we did not require a writing sample.
Okay.
And that is where we're realizing there's a major default because the students may be able to speak to us in the interview and, when it gets down to them doing actual testing and being able to interpret the material being asked, that's where we're having a problem.
Thank you. Yeah. And is there a language component interwoven throughout their experience with you, throughout their training, or are you providing them connection to language development to improve?
The program is a short program, so it doesn't even allow us time to do much, preparation for them to learn English if they aren't coming on board pretty much, being able to speak at least minimal amount that they can understand instructions. So no, we have not implemented a language program for them. But a couple of students that we have recommended is that they do some sort of ESOL and then come back to the program prior to us allowing them to finish out or graduate and move on to testing, because sometimes they're great with skills, but the language barrier is just there.
Right. Thank you.
I was going to point out that the audited financials are from 2021, and the only recent statements we have are from the controlling party, so we don't have last year's. And the controlling parties are compilations, not reviews.
We do not. So that is part of our contingencies for this, is submission of your audited financials that end December 31st, 2022.
And honestly, the reason for that, my consultant with you guys have changed quite a few times. I have not been called up for my annual, so because we were unable to be timely with the on-site visits, so everything was delayed due to COVID. And once I was starting to submit, and I submitted to my previous consultant, then someone else took over, and then I wasn't aware of it, and I was submitting at this meeting. I only got notified a week ago. So a lot of things have just been behind since COVID. So it's not a problem. I actually think I have it already done. It was just never requested, so I never submitted.
And that was the clarification, to confirm you did not submit the December 31st, 2022 to CIE staff, correct?
Yes, correct.
And as a point of clarification as well, I believe the audit level is not required, it's the review level that's required. So while you did submit audited in the past for the purposes of expediting those submissions, you can do reviews, and I think it is compliant.
Okay, thank you.
It's also cheaper.
Yes, in your language will reflect a
It'll
review
save
or
you a lot of
audit
money.
in accordance with GAAP by a certified a CPA.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any comment from the public? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Margaret Medical.
I apologize. We had one more thing that we
sorry.
would like to add. Staff would like the commission to consider adding to this a progress report to be filed with the commission for the January 2024 and May 2024 commission meetings. The report shall include an update on the outcome of implementing the strategies to increase the Florida CNA pass rates contained in your remediation plan.
Okay.
So I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations with the added contingency as read by the director.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. The next school is Medical Institute of Palm Beach, Inc., Green Acres, number 3263. We have staff's recommendations. If you're here from that school, please join us. Hello.
Hi, I'm Missy Lozada. I'm the director.
Good morning. My name is Carl Williams, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you for being here. Director Hurst, you want to give us some context?
Yes, so a sub-change is being based upon the placement of the institution's nursing assistant program on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. Can you explain a little bit more about that action?
As with the previous school that just was up here, we have the same barrier. It's a language barrier for some of our students. We've also implemented now them reading and writing at admissions.
Okay, at entry.
During enrollment.
And are they moving through the program? So then that'll help move them through the program better for completion?
We can either recommend that they go take a remedial course, an English course, or if they meet the standards, we'll allow them through.
We also have a home health aid program, which we refer a lot of the students who are taking the CNA program to, and we work extensively with the admission team because, again, they were our admissions rate for the CNA went very high, and we looked at the criteria of what they needed to look for when they were actually bringing in students so that they met the criteria to pass the program.
Okay.
And of note, it has not been placed on the Florida Board of Nursing, but can you speak to us, or on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing, but can you speak to us a little bit about your practical nursing program as well, because it has lower pass rates than the national average?
When we came onto the school, it was April of 2022. They already had, I believe, 3 classes just about to graduate. Since then, we've implemented certain benchmarks that they have to meet in order to be able to sit for their boards. So currently, we have brought it from a 40% to a 71% pass rate. So what we're doing is we're seeing the outcome of it.
One of the major things that we implemented was an exit exam, which wasn't in the school when we came. So pretty much all the students could just pass through. So good, bad, or indifferent, they were just taking the boards at the time and failing. So since implementing that, we've seen a drastic change in the passing rate for first-time students taking it. And most of those, I think it's like 90% we calculated, that actually took the exam, passed it, are actually now passing the nursing boards. So we've seen a great change in how it's been going up in the past year, the last time since we were here.
Any other discussion?
I had a general question on your testers. Are you seeing any delay of your graduates?
Some of them, yeah. It's typically, it was more from the beginning before we implemented the exit exam. So now we give them a second chance for remediation. If they do fail the exit exam, we give them a 5-week remediation.
Are you finding that your graduates are getting employed?
Yes, immediately.
Without the license, without passing the test?
As CNAs, they could do.
I'm sorry, not the CNA, in the PM program.
The PM program without a license?
Yeah, to be their graduate practical nurse, where they're still in school.
Not yet, no. We haven't seen the graduate.
Okay, thank you.
That was an anomaly to me, too. Any other discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve staff's recommendations for Medical Institute of Palm Beach Inc., Green Acres, number 3263.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. The next school is Merrifield Academy, Oakland Park, number 3343. We have staff's recommendations, and if you're here from that school, please join us.
My name is Greg Doctor from Merrifield.
I'm the director.
Martin Harrell, Director of Operations, Merrifield.
Here's Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti.
Thank you for being here. So I'm fascinated to understand and learn more about your program changes.
Sure. So we've been in an accredited school with ACCSC since 2012. At that point, we only taught professional pet grooming, a 600-hour program. Although there's no license requirement for grooming, we treated it as such when Greg, the owner, decided to run that program. In 2021, we decided to add additional programs. We actually added non-anesthetic teeth scaling for pets, which is a service that the groomers can provide. And then we also added veterinary assistant. Prior to doing that, we got approval from ACCSC to do a mission change and also a name change from Merrifield School of Pet Grooming to Merrifield Academy. We submitted that to CIE. CIE approved it. We were good to go on that. Recently, we decided to add additional programs as we keep expanding in our mission statement. And we added, we're looking to add massage therapy and also looking to add medical assisting. Like I said, we received the approval back in 2021, but now we're looking for, I guess, a change of purpose as we're adding that. So it's been a change for a couple of years, adding the additional programs, and now we're adding 2 additional programs that are there. And I think the confusion, some of it was the teeth scaling program and the grooming is akin to having a cosmetology program and a dental assistant program. It's 2 separate things, but when you're looking at a dog, you're thinking, oh yeah, it's the same thing. It's just you're just touching the dog, but it's not. It's akin to a grooming and cosmetology and dental assisting. So we're just adding on to that now with humans, which is something that I personally have done for the last 26 years in this business, different programs. So we're adding cosmetology, which is a licensed program, and then we're already offering medical assisting based on the needs in the business around the area that we're at, which is Oakland Park, Florida, a little bit north of Fort Lauderdale Airport.
I'm curious about the transferable skills of your existing staff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've actually added a lot of staff, including myself as Director of Operations. I've been here for 3 years. I've been a Senior Vice President of a group of schools, of 24 schools around 14 in Florida, 24 around the country. Director of Admissions. I've ran school programs from cosmetology to skincare to nursing to CNA to air conditioner repair. I actually myself owned a cosmetology school that had barbering, cosmetology, skincare, nails, and facial as well. We also added a program chair for our medical assisting, program chair for our massage program, which are currently in staff. We also added a admissions representative, financial aid, and we're in the process right now of adding a career services representative to help with the placement side on that.
So we're not giving pets massages?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
That's what I asked, Chelsea.
Right. And I'm not being massaged by a pet?
That's correct. Correct on both sides, for the record.
Okay. So tell me about the synergy within your facility for these two operations.
Understood.
Forgive me, I don't know how else to say it.
Understood. So when we had the grooming program, we have a 16,000 square foot facility that's owned by the owner. It's a separate company, but it's owned by Greg, which is the owner. We only use less than half of that for our grooming program. And the other half was in use on the other side of the building. So we decided to add and make the changes a couple years ago, actually, because when we added veterinary assistant, which we're not enrolling in that program, we decided not to enroll. We added a whole lab, like a medical lab. And then we just added, a few months ago, we added the massage classroom, massage clinic, and it's on a separate side of the building. And also the class dates on when the students are going to be coming to school are very different. So for our grooming students, they come Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the morning. And for the massage and medical assistant, it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So it'll be only one day where there's going to be some kind of mixture, which is not really a mixture, just more students there. And it's to be able to make sure that we can manage the whole facility, all 16,000 square feet of it. And now we're using literally every square foot of our building.
You may be missing an opportunity if there's only one day that CNA students can drop off their pet to be groomed while they're being trained.
Yes. Well, we have a lot of clients. We actually groom about 150 dogs a week at our grooming facility. Students get a lot of attention. I remember having a cosmetology program when I met Greg when I owned this school, and we were lucky to get 5 ladies usually to get their hair done by a student. Here they drop them off by the tons. So I'm sure that we'll have that with the massage program, no problem doing that. But it's very nice to see the addition of the change of Merrifield Academy. If you look at our placement rates, if you look at our financials, if you look at our retention rates and everything else, they're pretty solid, and we're going to continue that as we move forward in the way we run the curriculum, the way we add our staff, the way we add our folks that are going to be teaching our students, and keeping it also small. Even though we're a school, we look at ourselves as a small school within the community within each program. So we're limiting our program for massage at maximum about 50 students. Same thing with medical assisting, about 50 students, about 4 or 5 starts a month, to keep it tight so that we can be able to graduate students and be able to get them placed.
Yeah, so I think the chair said this earlier. Look, I make light of it, but I want you to know I take this seriously. So I'm all for programmatic diversification because I understand the reasons why that's important for all of us, right? We don't put all of our retirement into one stock. I get it. Do you have concerns about the placement rates among your CNA program because you think that employers may view that certificate lacks credibility because it began as a pet grooming service?
Just to correct, we don't have a CNA program. It's a massage therapy and medical
massage
assisting.
Therapy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Well, 2 years ago, we changed the name to Merrifield Academy. So for the last 2 years, we've been Merrifield Academy. We're just now doing the program scope because CIE requirement. We made our change with the accreditor. And by adding the new programs, there's not going to be an issue. Merrifield Academy changed our logo, we changed our name, we changed our mission, we changed our staff, we changed the look of the campus as well. It now has a look for all programs, just like a normal school would have. The way we built our curriculum as well, especially with the massage program, because that's really the license requirement program. You need a license in order to get that. And as you know, with a lot of the license programs, sometimes there's a challenge in getting them passed. So we're partnering with ABPMB, which is the folks where the professional massage therapists get their annual certifications, and we're making sure that throughout the program, the students are getting the study material they need, including the last 100 hours of the program to study for that exam. And then we're doing what I like to call a buffet pricing. We're putting all the cost on the school with one pricing, and it's going to be one of the lowest costs. It is the lowest cost program of a nationally accredited, federal funded school in the state of Florida. We're doing our massage program under $10,000, which are for a Title IV school, there's typically 15, 16, 17,000. And for medical assisting, we're doing around 15,000, which a typical medical assistant program out there is 18 to 22,000, give or take. So we're the cost structure, the all-in pricing when we're getting the students a tablet for the massage program so they can do their studying online. We'll be able to make sure that they're not in high debt, especially with gainful employment coming out, or just came out yesterday. We want to make sure we fit within that parameter, so the cost structure that we're giving for the students can be very affordable for them as well.
Do you have existing relationships for placement that may help with that medical assisting program? That's my fear. Is I have no doubt that you guys have done the necessary prep work to make this successful, but I'm sure you can appreciate the optics from an employer looking at this from the outside, and we just don't want to allow that skewed perception that we all have, right, to undermine someone's ability to get gainfully employed after.
And that's a great question, and I've been in the school business 26 years. I don't know how to change a tire. I can't make myself a rice. I've been in the school business my entire career. So when we try to hire the folks around us as people that are going to help our students get through the process. So we're working now with Massage Envy as well as Massage Heights on the massage program, as far as making sure that they understand that we have a program coming up. If and when we get approved, then we'll be able to work with them. There's also a lot of massage therapy students are also going outside and working independent, working for casinos or different places to be able to get independent work. And then as far as medical assisting, we've already started contacting all the medical assistants around a 50-mile radius of us and starting to communicate with them the possibility, because we have talking very important terms of us getting this program. And so far we've gotten at least 5 or 6 folks that say, yeah, as soon as you get approved, come and talk to me, let's talk about it, because there is a big need for medical assistance in our area.
And again, with them being accredited, and especially ACCSC, as hot as they are about PACS, they've been all over making sure that the community is well aware they're going to be able to put these people to work in the community.
And we just got our approval for ACCSC in February of 2012, a 5-year with no citations. So it's a positive thing for us.
Yeah, just a thought, just one business owner to another. When you contact those employers for medical assisting, they may be in need to the extent that they're offering sign-on bonuses, et cetera, to new employees, because we all are hiring, right? Everybody needs employees. And they could potentially divert those dollars to subsidize your otherwise already low cost. You may be able to increase the velocity of your enrollment.
That's what we'll look at, definitely. When once we get approval, we have the ability to start talking to them in a more formal way. So once we do that, then definitely that's 100%. We're really trying to make sure that the cost on our side is low, which then passes on to the student. I've been in the business a long time. My parents are both career college graduates for many years ago. My mom, when she, I have 2 sisters and myself, the only thing she said is go to school. She was the first immigrant and said, just go to school. I don't care what you do, just go to school and graduate. And I've had that, and Greg buys into that as well, having a passion for the pet grooming part of it as well. So yeah, I completely understand.
Super, any other discussion?
Just one more, maybe more internal for staff. On the summary worksheet, shows current assets at 3937 in working capital, which is different from the much healthier financial that's showing, the audited financials. So I just wanted to clarify. When you hear about the expansion and adding new programs, it still meets the standard, but you would hope there's more money there, and it looks like there is.
Yeah, if you look at our financials, it's a lot better. That's the only one thing I did circle when I saw that thing. I was like, should we respond to our person? I was like, no, just leave it alone. We'll talk about it if they ask us about it. Yeah, our financials are pretty healthy. Yeah, we're having a record year this year as well, which is positive.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to approve Maryville Academy Oakland Park based on staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck. The next school is Northwest Lineman Center, Edgewater, number 5447. We have staff's recommendations. If you're here from that school, please join us.
Hello, my name is Alex Potter, Compliance Analyst.
Valerie Brunel, Director of Operations.
Thank you for being here. Director Hurst, do you want to give us some context?
Yes, so this sub change is It's due to the institution's failure to maintain a minimum institutional placement rate of 60% in compliance with Rule 6E.00410C of the Florida Administrative Code. So this is a 3-year low at this point for your placement rate, so I'm going to go ahead and read them out for the commission staff. So in 2019 to 2020, your placement rate was at 49.79% with 233 graduates. In 2020 to 2021, you had a placement rate of 55.08% with 256 graduates. And in 21-22, there was a 51.63% placement rate with 368 graduates. So can you kind of tell us about why the placement rates are low and what your plan is to improve those?
Yes, absolutely. So we've been licensed with CIE. We had an annual license for 5 years. Last year, we applied for and were approved a license by means of accreditation. And then just a few short months later, we asked to be voluntarily removed from ACCSC as our accreditor so we could serve veterans, and this deals with Isaacson and Rowe. We removed our accreditation, it was approved, we dropped to a provisional license. We're no longer using ACCSC numbers. You're looking at the CIE data, the previous data. So for those years that you just mentioned, 2020, I can go with 71% employment rate. 2021 was a 72% employment rate. 2022 is 63. So that's going, so historically our CIE numbers have been lower than our ACCSC reported data. I believe that deals with the terms and the cohorts, to how they line up. And so like the last setup, I mean, we're at 63%, which right now I think, yeah, you just said it was at like 51%, but it's actually 63. And that's just using the different data set. And so that's something we need to work on as far as getting those numbers up in a faster, collecting the employment verification data.
Is it a collection issue or is it a placement issue?
No, it's not no, so what it was we dropped accreditation, and then what happened was they had less than 90 days to find jobs for the last term, that cohort, and for the CIE numbers. So when we had more time, when we were still using like ACC, everything lined up at 63%. So it just became an issue of less time with the way our terms line up compared to when CIE.
Can I ask a more fundamental question, and I'm genuinely curious? I see 40,000 trucks roll into Florida every time there's a hurricane. It would seem that the demand should be off the charts. I'm surprised, just generally speaking, that the placement rates, even the accurate ones at 60 or 70%, aren't higher than they are, given the saliency of that need. Can you help me understand why there's that gap?
So a lot of times individuals move on to different positions, like say telecom, or it's within the power industry, but it's not specific to being a lineman.
And telecom's not considered.
I don't believe not all the time.
One of those utilities. No. That's interesting. So
And so placement is directly tied to the program. The placement that we're looking at is always directly tied to the program.
Yes, so your placement rates are, I think he's speaking to that his ACCSC, the calculation
Correct.
was different
Yes.
than CIE's.
So that was an unintended consequence of us dropping accreditation.
I see that, and the timing and the different length.
So
I
now
get
that he's moved over to CIE, we have a different time
Correct.
frame by which you must place individuals and report that. So now, and it does have a different placement rate too, I believe. Our threshold is different than that of ACCSC. So when he's switching over, now he has to grow that placement again to meet our requirements, because you may have gotten the ACCSC requirements, but now you're
Correct.
no longer licensed with them, or not licensed by means of accreditation, so we need you to meet the
Correct.
CIE requirements.
I get that, and then I guess I'm also asking, is placement determined by only directly training related, or is there a tangential training related placement that is calculated?
I think you can only use placement that requires that credential, and
Right.
you can't count it otherwise. So if they go to telecom and they didn't require a lineman,
We're not able to count the
they're not able to
telecom
count it.
placement.
This happens to us quite a bit. We have somebody Class A that go drive a school bus, and we can't count them.
Okay.
So as far as the recommended improvement plan that was for us to come back in January, so we already meet 63%. We're at 63 and still continuing. So my question actually was, what does one of the recommendations was that we be approved at annual license only by conditioner? Sorry, I'm looking here. Grant the annual license for procedural purposes only. What does that mean?
So when you submitted your annual license, so we do want to take action on that. So this will give you or grant your annual license. So it's for the procedural purposes because then we found that a sub change occurred. So it's two different actions. So you're now granted the annual license for procedural purpose, then find that a sub change has occurred. Then it has the contingencies that you must meet.
Okay.
And then once you meet those contingencies, then you can be moved back to your annual license.
I understand that. Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Northwest Lineman Center, Edgewater, number 5447.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for explaining. The next school is Recreational Vehicle Service Academy, Palmetto. Okay. Sure.
Sir.
Excuse us from Northwest Lineman Center. Sorry.
I need to make a clarification. I apologize. I did not tell you a correct statement a minute ago. So for your specific one, you have the contingencies, but yours still has that you will be on the provisional until September 30th of 2024. I didn't read fast enough. I
Okay,
apologize.
so I have a question about that. Does that mean, so if we wanted to do a curriculum or clock hour change, we could not?
Not yet. So you have to come off of provisional in order to make any kind of change that is a 20% or more modification to your programs.
So even though that we've already, if we provided the data that's showing that we meet the placement rate, does we meet the placement rate? No.
One second. So in between that time period, if you do believe that you meet all the requirements, you can submit for another annual license, but it is a full new annual license application.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
You're
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. The next school is Recreational Vehicle Academy, Palmetto, number 868. We have staff's recommendations. If you are here from that school, please join us. It doesn't appear that anyone's here from that school.
I was really hoping somebody would be here for that.
Director Hurst.
I'm fascinated by this business model. I think it's interesting.
Director Hurst, you want to give us any context on that?
Yes, this is a change in location for the Recreational Vehicle Service Academy, so that is a substantive change, and we have one contingency for submission of a municipal fire inspection or certificate of occupancy for the new location. The executive director shall approve the change in location when the contingency is timely filled.
Any discussion? Any comment from the public? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we move to number 8, Robert Fiance Beauty School, Boynton Beach, number 6380. You have staff's recommendations. If you are here from that school, please join us. Hello.
Hello, it's Doris Combs. I'm the campus director.
And am I saying the name right?
Doris Combs.
No, I'm sorry, the school's name.
Oh, Robert Fiance Beauty Schools.
Fiance, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Director Hurst, do you have any context for us here?
Yes, this provisional license is being moved to provisional license due to the institutions being placed on heightened cash monitoring 2, which is HCM2 by the United States Department of Education.
Thank you. Do you have anything that you want to add or share with us about the financial soundness of the school?
No, when that was submitted, I understand maybe there was something with the global pandemic and, online beauty school, maybe, that might have been a hardship at the time, but we do have a positive working capital. It was placed on HCM2 based on the accreditor putting us on probation, which has now been removed, and we're in good standing with the accreditor. So we just had our second spreadsheet approved, so the third should be following in the next month, and we're looking forward to positive outcomes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept Robert Fion's Beauty School, Boynton Beach, number 6380, and staff's recommendations for that school.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Next school is South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning, Fort Lauderdale, number 4564. You have staff's recommendations. If you're here, we have staff's recommendations if you are here from that school. Hello.
Good morning. Steve Buckley, former owner of South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commission staff. Adam Ross, the new owner of South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning.
Okay, Director Hurst.
Yes, this provisional or change to provisional is due to a change in ownership. Can you kind of explain your ownership change?
Yes, so this is Steve Buckley. Steve founded the school in 2010. He's at a position in his life where he's interested in handing the reins over to someone else, so I purchased the school. If there was any confusion with the entities, so I created an LLC called American Technical Academies that purchased the school. It's really, there's nothing else in it. It's just an LLC only holding the school, so it's not commingled with anything else. And then I'm the 100% owner of that. So it's really a pass-through. It's me purchasing the school. I was speaking with your general counsel earlier about the nature of these change of controls, which is quite interesting. The school has already been sold. The school was sold on June 1st. The transaction's been completed. We have some money in escrow, but I've assumed the role of executive director. That change of control has happened. We are now coming before the commission to approve that. So it's kind of a chicken and egg issue. Just wanted to make the commission aware of that. So that's what we're here seeking.
Excellent. And there's no correlation to ATA that we saw yesterday?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Faster than I did. Okay, any discussion?
I went through the same chicken and egg that you guys went through 3 years ago with that process, so I think everyone can appreciate that. You know, your suit's not cut like a guy who's in the air conditioning business.
I am now, yeah.
Right? So you may need some Red Wings or, Carhartt, something to get someone to say, yeah, that guy looks like he owns that.
I got him at home. I tried to dress up for you.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I did have one
sure.
comment. So looking at and apologies if I'm getting some of the terminology wrong, I'm not sure if these are considered contingencies or not, but it looks like, and my understanding of the change of control process is that a provisional license will be granted. That provisional license would be in effect through 1 year from now till September of 2024, at which point we would come before the commission. I imagine there would be some kind of site visit or review to show that the quality of education is at the same level or above where it was. And then we could return to full licensure. So because the transaction was completed on June 1st, so it's been 4 months, we didn't have enough time to compile everything for the July meeting, so now here we are. We've actually, because our programs are shorter, we've actually gone through 4 entire cohorts of programs under my leadership in that time. So I wanted to inquire about the possibility of coming before the commission before September, maybe in the July meeting of next year, because it will have been 12 months since the sale of the business, but not 12 months from today. I was just curious what staff had to say about that.
So while council mulls that over, let me ask you this. Is it your intent, asking that question because you have programs that you'd like to add and obviously can't do that during the provisional period?
It's close. It's not a program we'd like to open a new location. We've had enormous demand in the Miami area, and we think that...
You're going to have to get a new license for a new location anyway, so you're not bound by the provisional of this existing school.
Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
It's redundant and inefficient, but it's government.
And if that is the case, we probably would not seek, Madam Hurst, we probably would not seek an earlier, what I just asked for, we probably wouldn't need, if we were able to submit for a new license for a new location in advance of September 2024.
Okay, and I wanted to clarify too, we were reading through just to make sure all the nuances were taken care of. So your current language in your summary sheet would put you in a provisional license through September 30th of 2024. However, your contingencies, it does say in order to maintain the provisional, you have to do the the two contingencies that are on here, and then it says the executive director shall issue the annual license when the contingency is timely filed. So you do have a link in yours that if you submit your documents, then you can return to your annual license
And
Not
ahead of
bef- and
September
that's
2024.
before.
prior to September 30th.
Okay, excellent.
That's even better.
Great.
Yeah, there you go. Any other discussion?
No.
Any public comment? We'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning, Fort Lauderdale, number 4564.
So
So
moved.
moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next school is Southeastern Medical Academy, Marathon, number 5386. We have staff's recommendations. If you are here from that school, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Doesn't appear that anyone's here from that school. Director Hurst.
This is also a change in ownership. The rescue company has purchased Southeast Medical Academy.
Any further discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Is there, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. The next school, I gotta find my accept change approval, right? Is South Florida Healthcare Institute, Boca Raton, number 9027. If you're here from that school, we have staff's recommendations to review. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leonora Creary. I'm the owner and program director of South Florida Healthcare Institute.
Director Hurst, would you like to give us some context?
Yes, so this is finding that a sub-change occurred and issuing a provisional license through January 31st, 2024, based upon the placement of the institution's nursing assistant program on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. So can you speak to us about that issue?
So just to piggyback on the other schools, it's pretty much the same. One thing I want to talk about as far as our 2022 scores, for quarter one, we had no test takers because we were not approved by CIE or the Florida Board of Nursing yet. Quarter two of 2022, we had 3 students, and it was 0%. They passed one portion, but they didn't pass the other. Quarter 3 of 2022, we had 15 students test, and that was 73%. Quarter 4 of 2022, we had 16 students test, that was 83%. Unfortunately, we were only 1% lower than for the national average. If we probably had one student, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. But I want to talk about this year. This year for quarter 1, we had 87% with 15 students. Quarter 2, we've had 100% with 10 students. Quarter 3, we have 100% with 25 students. And I don't see why we won't have anywhere between 90 to 100% for quarter 4. One thing I want to talk about as far as the nursing assistant program, it is a difficult program to maintain. As you guys know, students do not have to go to school to become a nursing assistant. We have a lot of competitors. We compete with a lot of test prep centers. So students necessarily do not have to come to us to become a nursing assistant. Another thing is that a lot of our students that we were getting in 2022, English was their second language, so they were able to pass the second, like the skills portion of their test, but unfortunately they were not able to pass the written. So we actually rely, about 80% of our students they actually go to school for free. We rely on our partners. We are partnered with a really large organization, called Boca Helping Hands. They're a non-for-profit agency, and they give grants to students in in financial need to go to school. We're also partnered with a large skilled nursing facility in West Palm Beach where they offer scholarships in exchange for employment. If it was up to just waiting for someone to just self-pay, we wouldn't be in business. Again, nursing assistant is a really hard program to maintain, but we're doing our best, which is why we're growing, and we're applying for practical nursing, we're applying for medical assistant, and we're also applying for phlebotomy technician. Thankfully, we've partnered with 16 hospitals in Palm Beach County for our practical nursing program. We're affiliated with several hospitals for our medical assistant program as well. I don't foresee that we will have any issues, but we're here because of the probation. But thankfully, next year we'll be off probation and we'll be moved back to annual license.
And to clarify for the commissioners, that this staff recommendation is to grant approval of that medical assistant and the phlebotomy technician and practical nursing diploma programs first, and then finding that some changes occurred. This one also allows the executive director to return the institution to annual licensure upon removal of that program by Florida Board of Nursing. So
awesome.
You're moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
So please let us know if you do, when you are removed from Florida probation by the Florida Board of Nursing, please let us know.
I definitely will. I appreciate that, guys.
So have you put in any pre-screening of your applicants? You have?
Yes. So with the non-for-profit agency that we work with, we actually, before it was only financial need, high school diploma, just minimal things. Now we've implemented a test, a comprehension test to make sure that the students are able to fully comprehend English. Unfortunately, the Prometric test is only given in 2 languages, Spanish and English. It's not given in Creole. We're located in South Florida. We have a huge Haitian population who speak Creole, and unfortunately, they're not able to test in that language. But now that we've put the comprehension test in, and there's also interviews. I interview each student as well. The situation is fixed pretty much. We are getting students that are able to really comprehend English and they're able to pass, as you can see in our scores. We have really good scores.
Well, I do also want to commend you and appreciate you bringing written down and recorded scores that, because we're always going to ask. And so I appreciate you having them present with you. So thank you. And your explanations were comprehensive. Thank you. Any other discussion? Any comment from the public? I'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Southeastern Medical Academy. Ooh, nope, wrong school. Sorry, for South Florida Healthcare Institute, Boca Raton. Thank you.
So
Number
moved.
9027. 9027. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. The next school is Genuine Healthcare Institute, LLC, St. Petersburg, number 9023, which is number 2 moved from section C.
I'm cold.
Oh, she's cold now. We made her wait
No,
so
I've been cold. My name is Lottie Cuthbertson, Genuine Healthcare Institute.
Good morning, Dr. Kim Hickman, Advisory Council General, Genuine Healthcare Institute, LLC, St. Pete, Florida.
Okay, thank you. Director Hurst, can you give us some context here?
One second, I'm scrolling. Okay. Thank you for your patience since we moved you from one section to the other. You were in the incorrect section when we put you in there, so we moved you, but thank you for your patience and being here this whole time. But the staff recommendation is to grant the annual license for procedural purposes only following those 2 contingencies, and then find that a sub change has occurred and issue a provisional license through September 30th of 2024 based upon placement of the institution's nursing assistant program on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. So can you speak to us a little bit about that?
The probational status for 2022?
The probation, yes, ma'am.
Okay, for 2022, the third quarter, we had two graduates. We had two graduates, and one of them was a first-time test taker. She passed one part, and she wasn't successful with the second part. She went back 2 or 3 weeks later, and now she's working as a CNA. She passed the entire test. Fourth quarter, we had 6 graduates on December the 1st, and only one graduate was able to test. They went to an outside tester, and only one was approved to test before the new year. The other 5 wasn't able to test until the new year. So a couple things that I've looked at, I think that a lot of the students are having problems because of the extended time they have to test, because they have to go to an outside tester, and it's in the pool, when they're going to be chosen. You have a test date 3 weeks later, you have a test date 4 weeks later, and during that idle time, they may store some of the material that they've learned. So we're now a in-facility tester. I think that's going to help the students. We can set our test date at our school, and the students will be able to test faster. Anything else?
I'm just looking to Mike. Anyone have any other comments? So how's your overall enrollment? Like, what is your overall enrollment?
Our overall enrollment, I'm averaging really about 4 or 5 students per class. And some of the larger funding agencies it's requiring for us to have an annual license in order to acquire their funding. And actually, we have been approved for a couple of those contingent on our annual license.
Okay.
We've been,
Thank you. Any other discussion, commissioners? Any comment from the public? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations for Genuine Healthcare Institute LLC, St. Petersburg, number 9023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is, any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your patience also.
okay, thank you.
The next section, that concludes that section. The next section is name change. We have one school, that's Code Box Technology School, St. Petersburg, number 9103. We're changing the name to Code Box Academy. We have staff's recommendations. If you're here from that school and you'd like to address the commission, please come forward and introduce yourself. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kim Vogel, Vice President for People and Community Development for CodeBox. So we are just requesting a name change because we think it more accurately affects and portrays who we really are and what we are trying to do within the community, and that is to make technology accessible to everyone. As we continue to move through our annual license process and different things like that, we're finding that from a marketing perspective, calling it CodeBox Academy makes the most sense. As well as at some point down the line, we'll be adding other technology programs such as AI and other technology opportunities for people to learn different skills.
Excellent, thank you.
So I've got a question that's unrelated to your name change. I heard the other day that already 40% of all new coding is achieved by AI, and that's happened.
I'm sure that's probably true.
And that's happened within the past year, year and a half. So do you guys have concerns about the fact that we're already at 40% for new coding happening through AI and that undermining the sustainability of your coding program?
No, because, again, technology continues to change over and over again. That's why there's no national accreditation to be a full-stack developer,
Sure,
right? Because
sure.
the technology continues to change. So it will really be just like with every other industry where AI is going to affect it.
Sure.
What are the other jobs and training opportunities that are going to be out there? And it's up to schools like us to make sure that we're on the cutting edge of what that looks like.
Yeah, I think it's going to require that you guys obviously be forward thinking, but you're going to have to be really nimble and agile with regard to programs that you need to add because of the
Correct.
speed of the evolution of this business model, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Any other discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, I will take a motion to accept the name change for CodeBox Technology School, St. Petersburg, number 9103.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there, we're going to jump to the next section. Whoops, I got to say this one
I think
first.
we're done.
I guess there are no agent training programs in section M. And so is there a motion to accept the reports for sections 12 through 15, program terminations, approved applicant letters, license sent, and closed school reports by consent?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Is there any public comment on the matter? I don't know if I need that. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion, aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept reports is adopted. So then we have comments from the commission members, and we want to take a look and vote on future meeting dates. Is that funny to you, Commissioner Williams?
It is. I'm very sympathetic to the staff's efforts to wrangle all of us into submission and right and get us all in the same place at the same time. I'm sure it's akin to herding cats.
Slightly. And if you'll notice on your proposed meeting dates, although it was an error that the font got that big, you'll see that the font keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's basically yelling at you by the time we get to the end of next year that this is happening.
Well, I deeply appreciate having a year-out calendar. That makes a huge difference in being able to, just lock those dates in and then just schedule accordingly. So it's a big difference for me personally.
And I'll be happy to read all those dates for the record as well, since
Are these dates the same that Ms. Hood sent out?
they should be, yes. So the Commission for Independent Education proposed meeting dates for 23-24. The next meeting date is November 8th through 9th. The deadline date for new schools is July 2nd, 2023. Deadline date for renewals, August 1st, 2023, and this is virtual. January 25th through 26th of 2024 will be the following meeting dates. The deadline date for new schools is September 1st, 2023. Deadline date for renewals is October 1st of 2023. This city is to be announced. The following commission meeting will be held March 19th through 20th, 2024. The deadline date for new schools is November 1st, 2023, with the deadline date for renewals is December 1st, 2023. That will be virtual. The following commission meeting is May 30th through 31st, 2024. The deadline date for new schools is January 1st, 2024. The deadline date for renewals is February 1st, 2024. The city is to be announced. The following commission meeting is July 25th through 26th of 2024. The deadline date for new schools is March 1st, 2024. The deadline date renewals is April 1st, 2024. That is virtual. The following commission meeting will be September 26th through 27th, 2024. The deadline date for new schools is May 1st, 2024. The deadline date for renewals is June 1st, 2024. The city is to be announced. And the last meeting date is November 21st through 22nd, 2024. The deadline date for new schools is July 1st, 2024. Deadline date for renewals is August 1st, 2024. And the city is virtual.
So I'd also like to state, though, that the first date, which is the next meeting, November 8 through 9, 2023, and all those dates that have already passed, has already been approved by the commission. So that had been published prior.
Yes, that is correct. This is just, we put them all in one
Right,
document.
sure. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that for the record. Is there any discussion? Commissioners, on the dates? Are you good? Is there?
Susan is staring at you all.
I know, Susan's gonna.
She's watching.
So, yeah, no, I can, it's not necessarily for public consumption, but the November is the date prior to Ole Miss and University of Georgia playing, and I have front row seats.
Is this
and
8 and 9?
I will not be here
Is
on
this
that
the
day,
November-
just so you know.
Is this the 8 and 9?
I'll be gone that Friday, yes.
Which one?
Is this
This coming.
2023 or 2024?
2023, the one that's coming up in
Just
November.
making sure your plans weren't that far out.
Well, I do have plans further out as well, but they don't happen to coincide with these dates, but yes.
You know, actually, and I'll say this in advance, but this November 21, 22 is pretty late in November, running into the holidays, but whatever. I mean, I'm sure we'll make it work. If Susan's already done it, I know she's done her due diligence
She
with my
has,
calendar.
and there's always, because we are so far out, we can adjust as needed, if needed, and then re-announce those or re-vote on some of those dates. But the reason too is because between the September meeting and the November meeting, that is a very quick turnaround too.
Yeah. Gotcha. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve the proposed meeting dates and deadlines by consent.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to accept the proposed meeting dates and deadlines is adopted. At this time, we'll have any comments from commissioners? Anything that you all want to discuss? I think I'd like to just reiterate that there was a couple items that came up as general thought processes. One was around, the international placement rates. We have so many, and I just want the staff to maybe explore, as we are in rural development, what does it look like? We have so many schools that operate in Florida but serve international populations. Is this an important factor for us to be considering how the school is accountable, and is that accountable to the placements? And, I know that it might be, but the school is the one, is operating in an international market, so they should be able to tackle the placement challenge, securing the placement information, I would expect. But I guess I would just like staff to explore that, because I think that that's part of our obligation, that as a Florida entity operating a school, and their outcomes are placing international students.
That was another one of my concerns, and I discussed it yesterday, is the fact that they are applying because they want to have, but sometimes they don't even have graduates that are here. And I'm like, we're taking a big risk on something that we know nothing about. Because different countries have different rules, and we don't know what their employment needs are.
But if that's the responsibility of the entity that's operating internationally with international students, or is our obligation, and I guess this is the question that we have to wrestle with.
Do they have to come to us if they're not gonna operate
But they
here?
are a Florida school that are serving international students. But you know what, the discussion was, you don't require me to give you placements for our international students, only your Florida students. So I just think, but they are a Florida school operating internationally.
I think, which I don't think is fair to institutions that operate in Florida, that we're looking at this differently.
So I just would ask the staff to look at it and kind of explore. Hold on, just for a minute, Bob, Mr. Harris, I just wanted to kind of further have the conversation. Any other thoughts on that?
I don't know what the limitations of, the statutes and the requirements are. I think that's probably, I need to educate myself on where those lie, and then also how empowered we are to request information that, it may exceed the perception of those limits.
Yeah, I'm interested too, but I just also want to make sure that if there is an accountability that we have, because the school is a licensed Florida school, that, you know, that we aren't licensing them as a school. I mean, it could be that we license a school that is only serving international students and they never have to report placement because they're all outside of Florida.
Well, and I think there's some placement discussion to be had with regard to what we were saying on the job requirements. Northwest gets punished because they're empowering people to work in and outside the lineman industry, and they can't count them as a placement, even though there's people who are gainfully employed via, you know, Verizon or whomever.
So that was the tangential, like, does it have to be exactly training related, or is there placement that's related but not indirect related maybe?
Yeah, our experience with this was through CareerSource, where they could not count that person unless the job they took showed that that credential was prerequisite for them taking that job. And that's unfortunate, because some of these certifications give you a broad swath of opportunities for employment that make you more marketable if you have that credential, but aren't necessarily an underlying requirement for that job.
Well, and certainly, like, any of the degrees that we're granting institutions that are doing business administration, it's not one job alignment, right? It's a you know, it could be a list of SOC codes that you align to that are, and that's, you know, I fight for that for my own school, to not be pigeonholed into one occupation for a degree that has much broader impact to the marketplace.
I think the problem is the student sees it as a skill, and the reporting agencies see it as a job. And you can have a skill, like all of the linemen are required to have their CDL. So those guys could get their CDL in the lineman program and just go drive a truck.
Right.
But so was that credential unnecessary for them? Maybe.
Or is that placement recorded somewhere?
Right. That's my point. Is it's a skill. The definition between the two, I think, it's too binary, because I think folks are being punished because they're the 800-pound gorilla. They do a fantastic job. They got locations all over the nation. I mean, arguably, they're the industry leader. I know they know what they're doing.
Yeah, so, and is it, you know, if you offer it as a degree versus a diploma, or that specific, so, you know, are we making it easier for schools that have the degree versus those that have just that direct, making it a direct one-on-one alignment, direct training to job with only a one-off match? Is that, you know, is that giving a pass to other schools that can map to a bunch of different occupations? But when we do placement for the degree granting institutions, in my example of business administration, how do they qualify those placements? Do we have requirements that say this is what a qualified placement is for business administration AS degree or BS? No, it's just they report the placement, and it could be they're working at Target.
Right. And you make a good point. My undergraduate degree is in exercise physiology. Right. Has no bearing whatsoever right on my life.
Failure?
It means I'm unqualified for my job, apparently, right? It was not a requisite, you know, but for all the jobs that I've had prior to that, they say you have to have a degree. They didn't really care what the degree was. Whereas when we get into very specific industries, like the gentleman that just purchased this air conditioning school, they're going to accept you as a plumber. Yeah. Right, if you're coming there to work on their air conditioning. So there's a skill versus a, yeah, I think it's I think it would reward the people who are doing a good job.
So there was one other area, so it was the international, something else I mentioned.
The at a glance.
Oh, right. So the at a glance. So thank you. How do we want to, you know, explore that? Is that something that you'll explore through role development? Is that something that we would want to then, I mean, but I'm also mindful that if I only saw it as just compiling data that's already necessary and required to be submitted so that we have a better view, we, the commissioners, have a better view at the meeting. And it was something, so I guess I never saw it as an additional ask of the schools. I saw it as a way of compiling existing data that we have on the schools for ease of viewability for the commissioners. And so what I guess I've also learned is that if it's now we're asking the schools to provide it, and then if they don't provide it, it's just not available. I guess, because my understanding is that it's available data that's in the school's submissions and reports. It's just that that would just be a way that the staff would be compiling the information for the summary. And it was, the summary is the way the summary has always been, and it was me coming in new and saying, but the summary isn't giving me everything that I need to know. And that's when I said, let's add in enrollment, let's add in placement, completion, let's do a little bit of that trend, or we've all talked about that. And so is it an added burden on the school, or is it an added burden on the staff? I mean, it's going to be somewhere, somehow it has to be changed, and how it gets pulled into that at a glance. Does that make sense? I'm trying to understand, what does that do to how staff build the report for?
So what Brandon was explaining is when the schools submit it, we can do it on demand. So we're adding it as the school submitted. So it really is just a voluntary piece from the schools. If they would like to submit it, we as staff can compile.
But isn't
all
it
that.
existing data that's available to us already?
Yeah. If they go back and pull it.
But you'd have to go back and pull it and compile it as a series as a trend.
Yeah, on the one hand, it gives a representation of what was purported to be accurate at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is or maybe it isn't, rather than making it up now. But it also sounds like a big burden on the staff to go back
So
and
I'm
pull
wondering.
those, to say, here's what was provided a year ago or 2 years ago, as opposed to what the licensee provides today.
Right, so the current process is we do have the data in our system, but it was not built in our current database to generate when we generate the summary sheet. So the financial data, 3 years worth, is pulled from our system onto this form. The student data is then pulled from our system onto this form. And then if the school elects to submit the current enrollments and and tuition information, that is then manually entered on the form based on their response.
So the current enrollments and tuition costs are the only thing that we're asking really then for them to add voluntarily.
Correct.
But that's still all information that we have to ask them for current enrollments, and we also have their tuition, but it's just that it's not pulled. The summary, let me see if I understand, the summary sheet program that pulls those data fields, can it be modified to include to pull that data from the schools, from your database?
So the data is collected October to November of each year. So when we start running behind, that data has not been collected from them.
Okay.
But I think what she's asking is it in a database that could be queried without going back through the paper files that were provided? Like, is it set somewhere where I could just export that line item or that column or row right within the previous submissions?
For the previous data collection, yes. But when we're requesting it, we're asking for current information. So it is information that has not been provided to our system at the time.
And our practice has always been just to ask them at the podium, what's your current enrollment? But we're left to the mercy of, they haven't had to submit it, so they can just, they can. And we've seen a lot of schools that have it readily available when we ask them those questions, but we've seen others that look like they're guessing, right?
I think everybody who is thorough with their submissions, their conversations are very short, because we've got the complete picture of what we need to see, and we can make decisions based on that narrative, right, without having to dig through and find the inconsistencies for it. So I would be motivated as a licensee to give you as much information as possible just to get to yes. How do I get to yes, right? And I believe that even the new licensee out here said that. He said he thinks it would be great to give voluntary more information to show what's happening. So,
But he doesn't want additional burden of reporting, right? Like, I understand that. But your enrollment numbers shouldn't, that isn't something that should be a burden to select, to your current enrollment. I mean, that shouldn't be a.
I think as long as we
hard
stick to key performance indicators, such as enrollment, that should come real easily. But if we burden it with many factors,
Right.
I think that's what Mr. Ross was referring to. If we have too many factors we're asking for, that's when it becomes a burden.
yeah,
But there's
it's like it's a technology decision. If we had the technology available to us to make a query and it spit that number out, then everybody's life would be easy.
Or every time you're up for annual review, you give your current enrollment numbers. I mean, I don't think that would be a hard ask to.
Yeah, I mean, we could develop it over time. I'm just saying right now, we don't have the historical ability to query that data. So I think there's,
So
our
data
technology
collection-
game is what I'm saying.
Our data collection opens in October, and ends in November. So you won't even begin seeing it on a summary sheet until January.
Right, so that's it. So like all
So
these
you're already
schools
6
that we
months.
just saw today, we're already.
Right, which is why we didn't have all of the, right.
I am interested in Mr. Harris's, red flag indicators. That might be something to help us see things. I mean, I'd be interested in what you were thinking about and see if that's something that we would want to incorporate. And Bob, you raised your hand. Do you want to add anything to this discussion?
I don't want to stop the discussion. I think it's a great discussion we all have. But let me talk about the second thing first, and I'll go back to the first thing you were talking about. My point was, you all have a lot of work to do. The staff has a lot of work to do. And so to ask, and I've talked to staff on and off over the time about this, to ask the schools to kind of shortcut by having a form or some mechanism, something where you just put, and you have a lot of it already, but put in the things that you need to know, current enrollment by program, so you can see the trends. If you've got an institution where last year they had working capital of 400,000 and this year it's down to 192,000, or maybe it's down to 70, and you see their enrollment numbers no doubt, those are the kinds of red flags you can look at to say, okay, we're going to need to spend a little bit more time with this institution. The other hand, if you see them doing well, their capital's going up, their account receivables are going down, which means they're collecting. If they're collecting, it means they're doing a good job. People are paying because they appreciate. All those kind of little factors can play into your decision about whether to say this school deserves more attention than this one. It just seems to me ultimately that makes your job easier. And I think if it's all done in a format that the staff puts together where it's just the school's information, and you don't have to do what Brandon's talking about, is manually then putting things back in, which causes some mistakes like happened at the other school, then it just seems easier for the staff as well. And again, it just gives you a picture of what this institution is doing, where it's going, and is it being successful. I just don't think there's a problem.
And I think that's actually by request what we were looking for, because we were looking for those pieces that weren't necessarily in the original summary, right? And so you have to hunt and peck through all the different forms to get to that.
Isn't it possible that just we as a body could say, here are some metrics that we are going to look at, and we don't have to change statute, we don't have to change law, we just say, here's things that we've noticed over time and that collectively with staff, we could agree. I think, Bob, you make a great point, but let's just say when your receivables extend beyond your day's cash on hand, that's either really good or really bad. Right. Those are one of two options, right? So I think it merits figuring out which one of those two it is, right? Yep. And we don't have to change statute. We don't have to do rules committee. We can just say, here are the things that we look at internally, and we want to have a red flag discussion. Jeff, I'm sure you could look at any nursing school and very quickly go, that's a problem, right? That's a problem. And I don't know what those are, but you'd be fantastic at just laying out what that is. And I hear you constantly talk about the cost of, I would call it customer acquisition, but you call it, the cost of enrollment, marketing, and getting the number of students in, and that's usually underestimated. Mm-hmm. So we could decide on some of those factors internally and informally without burdening the actual licensee.
And I think it goes to me back to that summary sheet. It's like, do we have ability to go through that summary sheet, say, yes, this is all very valid and good, but we also want to include these few other pieces of information. And that's what I believe we've always been saying, but I didn't understand until today, really, that the at a glance was what we were asking for was new, and that became like optional, because I'm thinking,
I agree with that. I didn't know, I thought that was mandatory fields, and we called it a dashboard when we were requesting it. It was a dashboard. We could easily see those key indicators. I didn't know it was optional either.
so it just seems to me that our summary is what we want to make sure the summary has everything that we, this commission, wants to see, to show, to be able to get more insight into the performance of the school so that we can lead the discussion in that. And that's, and it's whether it's, there's obviously a financial section, and what are those elements in the summary that we want to see that you just mentioned, in the enrollment, in the placement and testing. You know, I just think that, and I don't know, I feel like Mr. Ferguson or maybe, I already forgot her name. Meredith said, you know, that, is that something that's part of rule, or is that something that we can just change as a part of practice? The summary sheet and what we collect for that.
Can I give you a legal answer?
Yeah.
I think you need to put this process and put it in the form of a rule. Because if you don't, people are going to say, what's your authority for doing this? It's a hassle, but you're an agency. And so it's just safer legally to say, this is the rule, this is what we're required. I think you have all the statutory authority in the world to do it. You just do it. And again, at the end of the day, and let me give you one more example. You talk about a red flag. Faculty turnover. Mm-hmm. You know, if you have a high faculty turnover, we got a problem. It's a leadership problem, it's a financial problem, it's a curriculum problem, it's something. All those kinds of things on one page to you tells you we got to pay closer attention. Those are the kind of red flags.
But don't you think we should probably decide what those, and test some of those out to see if they actually are red flags? Like, yeah. I mean, I think that what I referenced earlier is a red flag, but it may turn out not being the case. And we could
put it in statute.
Yeah, we could make it and then put it in the statute to say, hey, this is a metric that is consistently representative of a problem.
Remember, not put in the statute, put in the rule. But
excuse me, rule. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's exactly. Again, and I mentioned the account receivable thing because years ago, Peter Cristito, who of course used to do a lot of what you do, he would look at the financials and he knew all that stuff. He was so good. We had a sit-down discussion about the relationship between certain that you see in the finances, and accounts receivable was one of those that we didn't quite understand the value of. But if you look at it just right and compare it to some other numbers, you could historically see a problem kind of growing in that particular institution. So it's that kind of thing I think you could look at. So,
Troy?
Anyway, Madam Chair, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to hear from, I'm sorry, Troy.
Sure. I mean, if you want to jump in and then I'll make a comment.
Thank you. Just now, as a school owner, I might have a little bit of a different perspective. I mean, a lawyer advocating for more complex rules, and more rules is no surprise, but as a school owner, I think the point that I was trying to make earlier is that this particular request was not a heavy lift. This was not particularly onerous to fill out the at a glance, and I believe that I did it. My point really was just whenever requiring more things from schools, I would love if the commission could think twice before asking for more things, because we do put a lot of time into everything that's and also we don't want to get it wrong. I'm not sure what the legal liability is of getting something wrong, but then we don't want to do that. So it is significantly time consuming the more things that we have to prepare. So if something is voluntary, that's wonderful, and if we want to have a shorter conversation and we know that we're a high quality school and we'll breeze through, then we're going to submit those things to our benefit. So that was my point regarding that. The other thing is keep in mind as schools, you know, we maintain our own dashboards, we maintain our own KPIs, we maintain our own metrics. I shouldn't speak for everyone, I'll speak for myself. We put a lot of work into that. So then to have additional dashboards, KPIs, metrics, analysis that the CIE wants to see, for us to have to go through those processes is certainly something that you could require, but from my standpoint, it would seem that that's perhaps something that staff would do. We would provide the information, and then staff would conduct the analysis and the dashboard and the summary that they see necessary. If I may comment, I think I read something that fees to the CIE are going up, and I believe the rationale was that the CIE provides such a no. No, okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Not to our knowledge.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know where I read that. Maybe it was an old statement, but that the CIE provides, a ton of support and help to the community, as I think how it was positioned to justify the fees. So something like that, I think, again, and someone brought it up earlier, it's not just an issue of data, but it's an issue of who runs the analysis. Does the staff, which they work very hard, I know, do they run the analysis and build the dashboard, or do the schools, who also work very hard, run the analysis and build the dashboard? So really the only point that I was making is I'm sure you already do, please be mindful of the time constraints on the schools and what we have to submit.
Yeah, I know this is your first meeting, and kudos to you for being involved in that. I'm a big advocate of removing things that aren't utilized. I mean, you can't manage what you don't measure, but if you're not going to manage it, why measure it? Right? If we're not going to do something with that piece of information, then I don't need that piece of information. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying I either need to start using it or we need to quit asking for it. So I'll give you a great example. If you have a certificate of occupancy, it means you have a fire inspection. So if I have a CO, I shouldn't have to provide an additional piece of information that was a prerequisite to obtain that CO. And I've been arguing about that since I was a licensee before I was a commissioner. So I agree that there are things that we could remove and add in more meaningful metrics that would allow us to do the position that we're in better.
And in that case, it's not particularly difficult to provide that fire inspection.
Well, that's easy for you to say.
In my mind, any one thing is not particularly onerous, but over time, as they add up, that's how it builds.
Yeah.
And my I know you say you have internal institutional key metrics, but I'd be really interested if how different what we're asking for based on what you're measuring are, because it's still enrollment, retention, completion, testing, placement, like it's all the same. I can't imagine, I mean, you might have actually more than, which would make sense, than what we would be asking for. So I don't imagine that there's different.
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking for today is very similar to what we do. There are some different just if I may, the way that we calculate things as far as placement rate is a little bit more different than I think the rule states. And also student satisfaction. There's things that you're right. There are things that are more broad that we look at than that the CIE requires. But what we're talking about today is, I think, introducing some new red flags, some new metrics, so I don't know what those would involve.
I think what we're saying, though, is that it's still all in the information that you already report. It's in your financial forms, it's in your financial statements. It's just us pulling out the pieces that we're calling now red flags. Thanks, Bob. Like now we have a new label for something. So we're calling out these areas that we want to focus on as we're doing the accountability reviews with schools. It's not new information, right? It's already existing.
I don't think it's new.
It's
in there.
a variance in the mode of collecting the same information.
Yeah.
So
It's a different way of
I think that's what we're discussing. You already provide the information we're talking about. What the additional burden is providing that same information in a different modality. Namely, instead of uploading a PDF, you're providing it as a distinct and discrete data field, inputting that information, which eliminates the possibility of human error where someone else is getting that line item total, let's say, and inputting it.
Yep.
So it's not that now you're reporting on a whole new set of data points that you aren't already providing.
Yeah. Let me ask a question. Is FETPIP public information? Is it part of the sunshine?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's public information. It's also 2 years old.
I think it all is.
It's public, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just saying that
that
information, to Troy's point, is that information is already being entered by every school here, and that exists somewhere, right?
Yeah.
That uses it, not all use it.
Yes, so it's not every school puts their information into FETPIP that we have, that are under our jurisdiction.
But that could be the change. I mean, if we want FETPIP data as.
No, that's not what I'm implying. I suppose, I mean, we enter it. I just assumed that everyone else did as well. So who does not have to enter that information? How is that bound?
Is it not required to enter it?
Currently, FETPIP is voluntary.
Yes. There you go. There's something voluntary that you're doing you didn't know.
Well, now I'm not going to do it anymore.
Now, other entities may require you to submit it.
Correct.
Otherwise,
say that again, Brandon.
If you have veterans funding, they may require it. By our office, it is voluntary.
Yes, so
Yeah.
the
Oh, the
schools get
placement is
different
voluntary?
funding.
I bet you that's why we're doing it, because we're post 9/11 GI Bill approved, yeah. Yes.
But then where are we discussing? Huh?
It doesn't work. Because
it's-
once you leave the state lines, and how many people do, it doesn't get counted.
Right.
Yeah.
Once you leave the state of Florida, it doesn't count. So that's again, FEPIP is, when it was originated and started or whatever, it's a great thing, better than before. But it has its limitations. One of them, do you go out of state?
There's a new one coming. There's a new Department of Education collaboration placement program that's coming. They call it EMOP, E-M-O-P, Employment.
I like that better.
I forget what the M stands for. Occupational placement or something. It's a program that actually Henry Mack worked. It came out of the legislation, House Bill 1507.
It's incredible.
And now it's collaborating with Workforce Florida or
Yeah.
Career Source Florida or DEO, Department of Economic Opportunity, Children and Families, and Department of Education and Matching.
Yeah.
And
I mean-
that should hopefully be better because FIPTIP is 2 years old too.
Yeah, I mean, well, we got one person who enters them in real time every single week, who just adds in what those placements are. But I think that an overarching idea for what we're talking about, there's a reason why CIE is required to have licensees on the board as well as higher ed folks, and that's to get a broad scope and perspective. And I think that's important, obviously, and perhaps by design, the KPIs and the metrics that we really would like to know already exist in the heads of everyone that's sitting here. And we just have to spend a little time thinking within our own scope, hey, here's what I look at, right? Hey, what do you look at, Mildred? What do you look at, Troy? And then we say, blend those together because we bring our, respective expertise.
And we kind of started the process, or maybe I just am dreaming that this happened. We talked through it maybe, the process with Meredith of let's take the summary sheet and now we can take the at a glance, look at all those fields and see, and ask each commissioner to edit and add and make comments on what that template looks like and see where do we need to add, what needs to be added to rule. And that would be a way of capturing that. I mean, we can do it in a meeting, certainly before the next meeting, we can have we've done the rule workshop and look at it in real time. But that could be another way of doing it, is to collecting the input from each of the commissioners individually and then discussing, okay, here's the summary of all of your inputs of what you're hoping to see. I'm always asking the same questions. Judy's asking the same questions, so is Jack. We all are. So let's make sure that those questions are in the summary sheet.
May I propose something? It will be, I think, beyond the current conversation, but I feel obliged to share it. I can think of a solution, technological solution, that would solve this without any additional burden to the schools, and which would be future-proofed in the way that it built into the system, it would dynamically adapt and grow with new insights. So let me reframe this. What we're asking about are developing a framework and dashboard for leading institutional health indicators. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. Right? And one of the challenges is that we receive data in various formats, and it's not discrete data, which we would need to perform analytics. That is easily solved, right? It's called the language model, where it would consume the documents that are uploaded, identify where the relevant data is, and put that into a discrete database without any burden to the schools. They're submitting their stuff, right? Their financial reports, whatever, and the language model is automatically going to identify the fields of interest and pull it into the discrete database. Now, when it pulls it into the discrete database, what we could do with it is we can do something called progressive factor analysis, or turn it into a predictive model. Namely, you choose an outcome of interest. Suppose the outcome of interest is retention and placement, or the outcome of interest is institutional vitality, sustainability, right? You can choose a series of outcomes, and the model will automatically analyze what are the other data points that are the best predictors for those outcomes of interest. And the model will also identify what are the most prominent factors or data points that are predictors for the adverse outcomes. So schools that end up on probation, let's say, or end up closing, what are the indicators that are the saturation points in the data set most predictive of those outcomes, and what degree of confidence is there in that prediction? That can be automated.
But that requires that the information of outcome be input. Otherwise, we're just analyzing data without knowing what actually happened to the school. So how does that predictive model know that the school ended up being insolvent and filing bankruptcy?
Yeah, so that was my first point. My first point is that we do collect a lot of information, but not all that information is put into discrete data points in a database.
Right, okay.
It's just files. So in order to alleviate that burden, you would first have a language model that takes the documents that are shared and submitted, and it extracts from that the relevant data points.
Yep.
And what this could end up doing is providing not just us with these leading health indicators and identifying those points, but it could provide that in a public-facing portal to schools.
No, absolutely, and then it removes the human error factor of collecting that data, compiling it, and then presenting it, because it could go straight. I've always felt like we needed a data portal where the licensees could go direct, enter the information, and it's there and available.
So I guess, I completely agree, and
I
I
see
think
your
that
face,
and I
Tiffany.
think that you've also mentioned a very similar dashboard in the past, and what is then the CIE staff? What is then the department's capability, or what has to happen for you all to modernize essentially our forms, our collection, our data tools and analytics, as well as predictive possibilities? Because I think what Troy's describing is brilliant and seems simple, but what has to happen in this department or within the staff to make that happen?
A lot.
If I could interject really quickly, because I don't want you to put too much and reinvent the wheel. There is actually a conference that has been occurring for about the last 2 years, which is actually looking into this. And I cannot remember the name of this conference, but it has to do with data that is actually occurring in educational institutions, which actually does look into this. So what I would do is I would look into this current information, because it is actually occurring. It's big data in educational institutions, which does actually look at all of these data points. It is actually looking at what is happening in persistence, what is happening in educational institutions. So this is already occurring. So I would perhaps look at this.
And I'm quite sure that I know we have it. We're going through a whole student information system, intent to negotiate to build in a whole new system at Broward College. And so you all have to modernize your student information or school information system, and what does that look like? So that I'm sure there's many vendors and products that exist, or you hire talent that can build what Troy's talking about.
But it's a lot harder than anybody could anticipate. It sounds fantastic, but working with a department,
but it's reality.
Even FTE and all that is so behind on everything.
I told the staff during the break, if they have a moment afterwards, that last night I put together a language model that's basically, imagine, a private ChatGPT that converses with your own documents.
That's wild.
Last night I had sushi.
And lost your glasses.
And lost my glasses, and Troy put together a progressive language model.
Uploaded some of CIE's documents, and I wanted them to query, how you can ask a conversation. If you upload, let's say, a school's, documents into your model, you could say, all right, well, what is the enrollment trend with this school? And you have it.
Yep.
Right? What are, how many schools have, gone on probation in the last 5 years?
Yep.
There it is. Right? And it really is actually quite simple now with the rapid progress of these models. I mean, it did that on the
So
cloud.
is it that we need, or is it both? Do we need new tools and new talent on the team? I mean, I'm just being honest. I wouldn't have that talent on my team at the the college to do just like that. But I do know that that talent exists to be able to hire talent and or tools and purchase tools, so.
I think I can accurately state that that talent is not currently on our team to be able to do what you did last night. We have a homegrown SIMS is our current database. And so we've had it for a while. We do have a specialist who is an IT specialist that comes in, and he will modify that system based on the needs of the commission and what kind of reports that we need to drive. But we can have other conversations about moving to a different model at some point to an building or purchasing and customizing a different database that can do a little bit more things, including accepting applications and documents from the institutions through a portal instead of having to submit it to staff through email. So
Yeah.
we know that that is something.
I mean, that definitely, we have to keep trying to push on modernizing our processes, because we definitely should be able to get to much, if not all, of what Troy is suggesting, and being able to just real quick query and get a summary analysis, because I'd love to say, like, have a section in the beginning of meetings where we're saying, of the 1,100 schools, I don't even know if that's the right number, 1,100 schools, here's the probation, here's how many are on probation, here's how many are progressing, here's how many new we've put in the last year, or in the last state reporting year, however we would come up with that, because that more macro analytics is also very helpful for us to see where we have trends as a system. And so I think that there's definitely more that we need to do, and what level of support you need from us to help you move forward. If you need, do you have budget? Do you have a way of, it might be that your existing system, your existing database, you need to have an in-house talent that has Troy's brilliance to be able to manipulate it the way, maybe it can be manipulated, maybe it's not, you have to go out to market for something new. I don't know.
In the past, I had made a connection with your predecessor from the software development folks. Did Meredith pass that off to you guys? It was a vendor, it was somebody who I had made a connection, and they were having meaningful conversations about developing what we're talking about, but this was a year ago. And during the transition, I'm wondering if that relationship fell through the cracks.
I'm not sure. You're more than welcome to send me that information.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you had actually asked a question, and I wasn't certain whether or not it was rhetorical, but I did want to answer. But before I answer, I want to say in my many years of coming to CIE, this is one of the first times that I'm standing at the podium without feeling a huge lump in my throat, because I'm not standing here as a school.
Oh.
So you'd asked a question about placements and whether or not schools should be responsible for reporting international placements. So when I was a school, international placements were always considered a waiver. And as a school, we were always thrilled to deal with the international waiver. So I remember as a VP and a dean, I think the most amount of accreditors I ever had to deal with was maybe about 5. So I probably had to report to maybe about 5 or 6 different accreditors. And so, with CIE, we had license by means of accreditation, we had LBMA. So we were always defaulting to what the accreditors required. So some we were dealing with by SOC code. So sometimes we were defaulting to whatever the SOC code was. Sometimes it was by job description. So, so sometimes we're looking at purely what the job description was. Sometimes you could default to, did you learn something in school that would allow you to then say that you could then classify that as a placement. And sometimes it was, were you going to earn more money, or could you change, or was it the job description that you could use? So there were so many pieces that you could use in order to say that the person was placed. As you were talking, I just began to think, how difficult was that going to be for the career services person if they were now going to try to have to do that internationally in many countries? How was that person going to have to deal with this if they were going to do this, particularly in my country? So I was born and bred in the lovely island of Jamaica. So now, how are you going to have to deal with the HR director in Jamaica who you are now trying to talk to, who is going to look at you and tell you in no uncertain terms, I don't plan to answer your questions.
But
So
from my
that's-
perspective, though, we're still licensing a school
Right.
in Florida that's training that person, and are we still responsible for the public outcome for that person? And so that's why, that's just, it's really just an exploration. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy for the school, but that's the business model that they've built, is to serve an international market. They work in the international market, so they should have relationships in those countries. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be easy or even that we're going to do it. I'm just saying it was actually brought up by one of the schools as, you know, as being, you know, that made me think about it. I would have never thought about it.
I mean, I feel morally responsible.
Yeah.
I mean, we're,
Right,
you
'cause
know,
we are
licensing
licensing
body,
schools.
and someone is giving their money over to a school. I mean,
Whether
regardless
and
of
they're- and
whether.
it's a Florida school that they're
Yeah,
giving
I
their
feel
money to.
morally responsible. I know that probably is not, you know, what counselor wants to hear, but I worry about those things and the effects it has on students for us missing something or not paying attention to data that's affecting people's lives.
I mean, that's the school's model, right? That's the school that's the model that they're choosing to do.
Well, let me just, I'm going to try to sum up, you know, so many years of history into answering that question. Historically, yes. This commission being a licensing commission for schools that train people for careers. We're going to take you to a new career or enhance your career one way or another. That's what these schools do. There is difficulty in international placements, and there are lots of difficulties. And one of the things the commission has historically done over the years, you have one section of your statute which are in bold words, okay? I wrote those words, and what it was about accreditation. If you were not accredited in a particular program, you had to disclose this to a student. It had to be very clear. Please understand, we're not accredited. That was how the commission worked at it. And so to me, this is the same thing. If you look at how international placements or even placements that are out of field in all the other sectors that these schools compete with in Florida, they don't even have to be in field. As long as they've got a job, it's counted as placement. Well, this commission has never looked at it that way. The accreditors, national accreditors, have never looked at it that way. They've always talked about in field. But again, for all the people, all the schools in the state that these schools compete with, an in-field placement is not required. So my view is this: it is very difficult. It's very difficult to track those things. And so to me, it should continue to be a waiver. It should continue to be something that's reported. But these international students need to understand what exactly that school is or is not going to do for them about getting them a job. To me, it's important. I just don't want schools to get all those international students and think they have no obligation to make sure that they understand it. They're just pulling the wool over their eyes. That, to me, is the most important thing.
So that's a public disclosure of intent, essentially,
Right.
that you're not going to be responsible for the job placement if you live internationally. But we're not saying that they can't come to that school and take classes. And it's not hard for the school to figure out how to work with international students and to get them in. You know, I guess I'm just wanting, I'm not declaring that we're doing this. I'm just saying this is the discussion that I think that we should have. I think we have an obligation to make sure that we're protecting the integrity of the CIE sector by making sure that the schools that are in the sector are accountable to the outcomes of the students that they serve. And I think that's our, you know, basic charge, and that it's just worth exploring. We're not making any decision today. We're just talking about it. It was brought up. We had twice, I think, that it came up in the last 2 days with schools. Troy?
I think it's a great discussion because it also dovetails exactly into what the rules you're now putting together. What placements are and what you look at, that all of that's in play right now. So I think it's a great conversation, but the bottom line to me is I just want to make students know when they sign that line what they're getting. That's historically what this commission has always done. This commission has always had 2 jobs and 2 jobs only. 2 jobs, that's it, just 2. Who gets in terms of a school, who gets into play, and who has to go out.
And so international students get in.
No, I'm talking about, in other words, the schools. In other words, when you license schools, who gets to be a licensed school and who has to leave as a licensed school. And as long as in the meantime, they're doing everything they can for those students, then that's fine. That's the most important thing. So disclosures, I think, are important.
Troy, were you going to say something?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
This is a complicated conversation, and I'm entirely mindful of the additional complexities and challenges of tracking this data for international students. And they could exist in a radically different environment with, different dynamics, and it's very hard to translate that and to have it on in comparable ways depending on what the destination place is. That said, I do think I want to make two comments. One is just more conceptual in terms of maybe how we can frame this and think about it. And the second is more practical. First, the conceptual. In terms of thinking about CIE's purview to, with respect to international students, it might make sense for us to think about this more comprehensively. For instance, how do we approach this regarding fair consumer practices for international students?
Right.
Do we have the same standards and responsibilities there?
That's actually really important, because I think that's similar to what Bob was just saying.
And so I think that there's a parallel there.
Yeah.
Right. Number two, now the practical side of this, I think that in what Bob just shared, there's actually a nugget here that I've seen several accreditors do, which is insightful. Namely, rather than having one size fits all, what's your placement, allowing for some flexibility in determining, well, what is the let's say the purpose of this program, or what are the range of placements that are suitable for this program, and have that as a predetermined list that's selected from, and then have the reporting correspond to the list that was selected, so that you're holding them accountable to their own disclosure and selection of categories for what that program could achieve for their students. So if a program is, for instance, oriented towards personal enrichment, okay, let that be selected, and that could be a outcome.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Because that goes back to some of the rule development
If a program
workshops, too.
is targeted, let's say it's something that requires a certification at the end, et cetera, it's really towards entrance into a new field as opposed to enhancement within one's field. Let that be selected and disclosed, and then you have them report on that. If it could be both, say someone's studying a computer skill, and yeah, they could specialize in that, or it could be transferable and they could have a broader range of career opportunities. Let them select those options, and then they report on that, so that there is a component of disclosure where there's transparency in terms of what students could expect from the program, at least in terms of how the program's designed, and there is a greater degree of nuance in capturing placement in a way that is favorable to schools because it reflects the reality of the situation.
And I think that's interesting, because I thought about this when I was listening through the comments from the rule development workshop, and because there was several commentary about some of our what are our students coming for, right? And I think that's what you're saying. Like, so the student is saying, I'm coming here for personal enrichment, professional growth, and advancement, first time career changer or whatever. The only thing I think, one of the thoughts that I have about that would be concerning would be that schools would then pick the easier path. Everybody's going to pick personal enrichment because I don't have to do placement. We would see the direct, and I even think, even just to what I was talking about earlier about not having a direct correlation to job titles from a specific degree, that actually makes it much looser and a little bit less accountability for the schools, and not necessarily, I think, what we want for student and public outcomes, like that we're trying to protect the public from having, just putting their money into something that doesn't lend itself to a life-changing wage, for example. Or, so if they say, so then the school could be saying, oh, it's just personal enrichment then. And then we don't have a lot of good outcomes for a particular, I just took CNA as a personal enrichment. Well, CNA doesn't seem like a personal enrichment type of course, but I could make a case for it. I can make a case for almost anything, right? I can say, well, I have some ailing parents. I want to get my skills up on certified nursing assistant, and I'm using it for personal enrichment.
Yeah.
But then we have a lot. So then I worry. My words like worry or concern are all relative, right? So I think that we would have to be then monitoring how well schools are using that kind of stratification of students' interest for their intent for their program.
I mean, the information exists. Look, when I hire someone who owes child support, I am notified within hours that I am to make deductions from their paycheck. And I don't mean a week. I mean 3 days later, I get a notification in the mail, and our accounting has to set up. We know where they're working. That information is being collected already. And consider me unrealistic to think that government agencies can speak to one another, but the Department of Labor knows where they're working. Yeah. So the guy who was talking earlier about, we have this outside service to help us figure out where everybody went and placement and verification, it kind of speaks to the fact that there's the information already exists. The Department of Labor knows where they're working, knows how much they're making, and knows what job they're in. And I don't know how to capture that, but it obviously exists.
And then that goes to so that information may get to them, but is it training related or not? And in FedPIP, we didn't even want to talk about that, but how, it's a person sitting there subjectively saying, yeah, they graduated in computer science, they're working at Target, they sell computers there. Okay, that's training related.
Yeah, look.
That's very subjective.
My first job after I graduated from college with a BS degree was a janitor at a YMCA.
There you go. You were training related.
I made $8.50 an hour, just so everybody knows, right?
That's right.
And
it was at a YMCA, and
I was an exercise physiology degree. That was my point.
And if I'm the one sitting there saying it, and I can make a case for anything, I'd say that seems training related to me. But is it? And I guess we have to take that human element out of it. But I don't know. I feel like I'm the one that's gone vacillated back and forth between should it be training related or not, because I do believe that the outcomes are for our sector for people to have economic mobility.
Yes.
Right? And so if that's where, and because we don't even license for, what is the continuing ed piece that we call it here? What do you?
Vocational training,
Avocational training or personal.
Continuing professional education.
Okay, and we don't even do that. We don't even license for that, so it's not rec and leisure really, for any of that. So that's not our sector.
Well, and I don't know that the data is never going to tell the full story, so you can't look at where someone's working and what they're making and make some supposition about the importance of or quality of the training that they received. People can make choices based on to your point, staying home and taking care of their aged parent. Right, and they're empowered for some later date when they know they, have that opportunity to do it. So,
but then the school didn't have to report that placement, or they didn't report that as a placement because they were in a personal enrichment path, and then.
But even if they told it and said they wanted it for advancement, they could still make the choice, and it doesn't mean it wasn't a meaningful program with good training, and that outcome shouldn't punish someone for a school for someone's personal decision.
And I think that's Troy's point, you could striate what a student's intent is.
So I think the challenge here is that we're comparing the ideal with administrative feasibility. And the ideal really is a student level survey that asks them about the intention of their enrollment relative to the benefit of their completion.
That's
really what we're asking about now, but that's challenging because it's student level data, and that would require a survey. Hypothetically, that could even be done through a text message or whatever service. But administratively, it happens at this point through an administrator inputting this information and kind of making these determinations, and so I don't think that we can have that ideal right now.
And I'm not sure it's the full intent of the sector to be, I don't know. I don't think, like when you read the legislation of who we are, what we're legislated to do, it's not necessarily personal enrichment for that.
Perhaps
So
that
that's why
information
our
can be
outcomes
gathered
are-
at the end.
Well, I don't mean, well, so
Maybe it's a student
let me
satisfaction
complexify this, right? So in many ways, certain programs can be for mobility within, the same industry, not necessarily entering a new, job. Right? It could be trying to stay competitive, especially in technology, where even just maintaining your role requires you to constantly be. I have not gone 1 month without being in a new course, well, not a new course every month, but in some course, right? It's just ongoing. I think that there are different expectations, and we want to be sure to not penalize schools for that.
Right. I agree. But I think that those capture the placement, like we do capture the placement because they're working.
Yeah.
And they've,
But it's the same job. Does that still count?
do they count that as a placement?
But you know what? You're really talking about the professional development that any profession
Jason's
needs.
saying yes.
But do they need a license from us? No. To offer professional development.
But if it's not a new placement?
Related field.
Yes, and field of study or related
Okay.
field is the current calculation.
And is that so if they had a job when they start, I'm sorry, Judy, I didn't.
No,
if
that's
they
what I
have
was
a
thinking,
job when
that
they
that is
started.
professional development, no matter what your job.
Right,
In
if
the
they
world
have an
that we live
existing
in,
job
you gotta get-
and they're training up, like when we think about the technology school that was before
Yeah.
us, and they might be taking it as upskilling for their existing job, like Troy just talked about that he's doing. They have a job, they take the course, they still have that same job. Do they count that job as a placement?
Yeah, you're touching on one of the things that's been the most difficult out for the schools, because they want to comply, but they do know that reality happens. When someone comes to our school, they do come for a variety of reasons, and they don't always tell us what those reasons are. They sometimes do come because, you know what, my boss is hammering me, I need another skill, and so I want to go take that course. Plus, some people, I tell my kids this, I want to learn something new every day. Every single day. A lot of people come to school for that reason. They want to get a degree. They don't have the idea of getting a change in a new job, but they come there. So the idea of finding out from students what their goal is what most good schools do anyway, whether it's a survey or just their conversations. But it is a critical issue about how if you're going to punish schools for not having a high enough placement rate, you need to figure out what goes into that. And there are institutions, there are situations where students come for a degree that you think that should be something they should be placed in, and they really have no desire to be placed. A lot of these students who go into nursing schools really don't plan on ending up, amazingly to me. I wouldn't go to law school for 3 years and not be a lawyer, but they don't intend on practicing as a nurse. They are really want to use those skills, and they make that choice.
Yeah, I don't know how widespread it is in nursing.
Probably not as much, but it does happen.
Right. Well, I think that it's, I think that maybe what we need to have a real clear understanding is what you just described. Like, what is placement for us? Like, how do people report it, and is it different by non-degree granting institutions versus degree granting? What goes into it? If the training is actually professional development because you were in a job, how do you report that? How does a school report that job placement? To me, that would still be a placement, right? They're in a job when they start and they're in a job when they end.
So our current rules, the way that they're currently structured, is that, can you pull it so I can see a little bit bigger? So, yes, sorry, a little bit bigger. Thank you. I even have my contacts in and I can't see it. Total placements include any Florida student who graduated from a licensed program during the reporting period and obtained employment in a field or a field related to their program of study. And that's self-reported from the institutions to us.
But does obtained mean not
Madam Chair,
previously-
if I may, I'm sorry, Dr. Stefano, but I would just like to remind the commissioners that the meeting has not been adjourned. We are all still on the record. some folks have not had lunch, still have not checked out, and have 4-hour drives ahead of them. I just wanted to call that to the commission's attention.
Okay.
But right now, to answer your question, is self-reported. So we have our definition, and we refer institutions to the definition that is in rule when they're submitting their placement rates. So we can be sure to clarify that during our rule development.
And I think that's, I mean, yeah, I think that it does warrant some clarification. I think that's better definition than what I think that's pretty comprehensive, because it says training and or related. I'm sorry, Brandon, were you going to say something?
Oh, he was just reminding me that there's exceptions. When we talk about placement, that
Okay.
there are certain, withdrawals, or if a student is no longer
right.
death, those
Right.
type of things, that can be considered. when
And
we're
I
doing
think one of the areas that we just would want some clarification on is if they were an existing employee and they train, how does that get counted? And do they still get to count? Because that would seem logical to me as well, that that should still count for placement if it's an upskilling. I mean, it would stand to reason that if you were a CNA and you go to LPN and then you're nursing, like that's a placement because it's a different probably job. But if it doesn't necessarily have to be a different job if it's professional advancement. Anyway. Well, I think it was good discussion. I appreciate all of your extra time and thinking through some of these things. And I think that we've given staff some things to consider and bring back and discuss. And I'm happy to discuss further. Anyone else? I kind of brought up my 3 things. Hearing none, I think we're adjourned. See you next time. That'll be November.